that you may continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations. That is Garur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM. Now, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has denied allegations made by the ODM party leadership that he and the opposition leaders gave false information regarding Raila Odinga's health. Speaking in an interview with KTN TV, Gachagua wished Raila long life and good health and called for his cooperation with President William Ruto until the next general election so that there will be a strong competition in the next election.
Even Raila, we have no reason. In fact, my prayer is that God gives Raila long life and good health. And I pray to God that he supports William Ruto so that we defeat the two of them in 2027. It will be very, very nice for me. I'll feel very good because we would like to deal with Kenya's problem once and for all. And it's the two characters because they are one and the same. They are looting the country together. All these things that are happening in the country, if it was not Raila support, Ruto will not be doing it. But as wishing him ill, wishing him bad, I'm not the kind of a person.
Embakasi East MP Babu Owino has called on lecturers in public universities to continue their strike, which is entering its fourth week today, urging them not to allow any talks with the government if their demands are not met. Speaking in Nairobi, Babu also urged teachers to demand the salary increase from the government, saying their pay is poor.
And lecturers have stricken for far too long just because the government cannot listen. The government would prefer go somewhere, just dish out money, but is not investing in education. I want to tell the comrades in this country that you have to join your lecturers. Close those universities. Kama mambo ni mbaya iwe mbaya. Kama ni noma iwe noma. The lecturers must be paid. And to the lecturers, do not agree to sign anything if there is no money in your pockets.
On his part, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has slammed Kuppet and NAT leaders for attending a teachers' meeting held at State House, claiming that the meeting was aimed at their personal interests.
And you have the power and the leadership to be able to say, sisi tuko sawa mahali tuko. Hatutaki mtuingize kwa hiyo confusion yenu ya SHA. I was very embarrassed as a son of a teacher kuona union leaders wenu wakiimba vile walikuwa wanaimba pale State House. Nikashangaa, nikauliza, kweli ni nyinyi mlituma huyo katibu wenu aseme hiyo vitu? Ni nyinyi mlimwambia imbe hivyo? Nyinyi wimbo wenu ni tofauti? Yenu ni gani? Yenu ni gani? Semeni asikie, yenu ni gani? So as leaders in this country, we must make sure that we represent you and we represent you properly.
While thousands of youth joined Jesus Christ Compassion Church, that is JCM, to donate to the family of Vincent Kagwe, popularly known as Kaluma Boy, a young man whose photos showed him helping his father, who is suffering from stroke, went viral online. This comes after thousands of youth last weekend visited Kaluma Boy at his home and raised thousands of money for his father's treatment. During the service, youth and church leaders came out to help him, with Kaluma receiving a scholarship to a university in the country. Here are some of Kaluma family members.
God is good.
Aya.
Kwangu ni kuwashukuru tu sana. Mungu awabariki. Kuna jina moja Bishop ananifunza, compassion. Na hiyo ni jina nitaishi kueneza maisha yangu yote.
Then nashukuru all the TikTokers na kila mtu mwenye amesupport. Kama umesupport kwa prayers, any financial, God bless you. Usiwahi kosa.
That's the news wire. I'm Leo Umaga.
.5 Spice FM Kisumu. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
When he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust,
there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had,
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hey, good morning. See, I'm cold. Even the table is cold. Inside here, have you been to Iceland?
No.
Really?
No.
If you've touched the table, you've been to Iceland.
I want to go to a place called Yakutsk. That's in...
Sounds like Antarctica.
Yakutsk is where I've seen documentaries on the same. The coldest. This is a city in Russia.
I was going to say, is it Russian? Where they see sun like once a year.
Well, they call it the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia, the largest subnational governing body in Russia. The place is cold, or
it's cold,
is another different thing. It's like harsh winters. It is home to the pole of cold, the coldest permanent inhabited places on Earth.
Wow. Yeah. Can you imagine what that's like?
They don't have freezers or fridges.
Yeah, they don't need
Everything
to.
is outside. The weather will freeze whatever it is. It will freeze you if you joke.
To freeze you. And that's proper like if going outside, that means like probably the city, if the city has rules or such, there's a certain time that you can go outside.
Oh, yes.
Not, isn't it?
Yeah. So the thing is, if you, for example, want to wash your clothes, you wash your clothes, then hang them. After like 5 minutes, 10 minutes,
they're freeze dried.
It's like a paper. You can actually cut through it. You take. I've seen those videos on YouTube. You take a bowl of noodles, for example, or spaghetti. You put your fork inside. You lift it. Give it 5 minutes.
It comes out with it.
Move your hand. The thing is suspended. You throw hot water into the air. It becomes mist.
Yeah. That's extreme weather for you.
It is so extreme, my God.
And here you are saying it's so cold. We're in here, it's so cold, and it was 17 degrees just because of the air conditioner. Outside, it's about 24, 25 this morning. Absolutely, we're not used to it. So, but that's about the adaptability of human beings, isn't it? That if you stay there for a while, that you'll probably then get to that place where you're like, okay, I can do this.
But then you have tourists who are coming into the country and they're like, oh, you've got the best weather in the world. They enjoy. They're in t-shirts and shorts.
Exactly.
See, tumevaa jackets.
Tumevaa jacket now, nini kabisa.
Yes. How was your weekend, though?
It was all right. Yes. And how are you?
I'm good. Where's jollof rice?
Jollof rice is there, but now there was a problem. When did you come?
Oh, it's an issue of timing.
No,
you need
jollof
rice here as we talk.
No. You would not have experienced it the right way. It is there in plenty with peppered goat meat.
Oh my God. Okay. What time is it now? Okay. Can't wait for 10.
Proper.
Good stuff.
Yes. And Niko Salama?
Niko Salama, my weekend was good.
Good to see you.
I had a very, very busy... My weekend was very short. Yeah.
I saw you last on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, by the way.
You see?
Yeah. So my weekend started then.
So it was longer. Short. It was longer than most.
Yeah, but we're not complaining. God is good.
Amen. No.
Yes.
One Mr. Aseto sat in the company of one Rigathi Gachagua last night. And so you know your Aseto. She said,
did he really come back?
Well, he stayed in Karen.
Well, things change.
Things change.
Can somebody confirm whether
whether he's in his house this morning, actually?
Oh, he stayed there.
That's the thing. And one Lydiah Maina is looking pretty in mustard.
Oh, yes.
Things you will never see. But she's here.
Shining bright like a diamond.
Nakwambia. Zuri sana. And the bright red of Christine.
Oozing awesomeness. And natural goodness.
Come on. I don't know where you're going to walk past later. Hapo ndio tuko leo asubuhi. And getting into it this morning, very, very, very glad to be here.
You have your papers, by the way?
My newspapers?
Yes.
Yeah, I see you have like 15,000.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's happening.
I also have.
What happened?
I also have for the weekend. You want to know what happened in the paper Saturday at 4:40? I can tell you.
Wow.
And we'll get into some conversations this morning. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. On this Monday, the 5th of October, did you know that schools are closing in another week or so? In fact, schools are sitting exams this week.
Yes.
And there are many schools who will say, imefika Friday. I know closing date is 16th October, lakini mnafanya nini huku and then nyumbani. That's what's going to happen. A lot of schools will send students home early. Plus also a lot of schools don't have capitation money to keep... Let me remove the capitation. A lot of schools don't have money to sustain children in school beyond the last day of exams, which is Thursday. So we'll see a lot of movement. Kids coming home. And
we talked about capitation before schools opened.
Yeah.
We talked about capitation when schools opened.
Yeah.
Now schools are about to close. We're still talking about capitation.
Yeah.
We are on our own, I think.
I'm telling you, So that's what it looks like. So next week will be a whole buzz of activity, and then we get into national exams, KPSEA, KJSEA, and then KCSE, all happening between the end of October and the end of November. That's what it's looking like. It's going to be a busy period. So we're getting into when we're coming to the close of the year, but hey, and then we're going to find that students will be home for the next 2.5 months. Gear up, guys. It'll be fun times ahead. Let me let you know what we'll be talking about today on the Situation Room. There are many wheels that are turning at the same time, and we will have conversations about those things. Let's start off with the conversation that we will have at 7 o'clock. Rosa Jerry, you know her. She set up a website to essentially educate folks about the finance bill and all of this, essentially what it meant. She ran into a spot of trouble, and everybody came to know who she was. She's been honored by Times 100, and she's on that list of most, I believe, influential, impactful. She's one of the top 100, and this is the world. So she's going to join us. We'll talk to her remotely in the presence of Irongo Houghton, who is the Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya. The cost of participating in the finance bill debate, but in terms of the cost, this is also the reward. So we'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. We will then have a conversation at 8 a.m. We're going to be looking into the nation. What does it look like right now? Many things. Are we getting to a place where things have dulled down? Is the political temperature rising? Are we getting to a place where folks have been able to then understand their role? Dr. Martin Olo is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. John Newton is a senator of Murang'a County. They join us at 8 o'clock for the nation's outlook. We'll do that as we get into this week with them both at 8. And then we'll round things off today. Are you registering? Are you changing your polling station? Are you changing an error on your name, your ID, whatever the case may be? That's part of the whole voter registration exercise. The exercise opened last week. From what has been recorded so far, not too much in terms of numbers. So let's look into that, guys. And let's talk about it with the former CEO of the IEBC, Major James Oswago. He'll join us at 9 as we look into IEBC voter registration. Those are the conversations that we have lined up for today. Thank you for already clicking into the room and joining us as we get into these things today. Our live streams indeed are up: YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and getting into it. And even those who listen on your way to work, on your way to school, on the way to and while doing other things that you do, thank you for plugging in. And as we engage, Karibuni Sana, we'll say hello to you in just a minute. But even as we do, let me share today's proverb with you. And this week, we're still in this other part of the continent. We've actually moved from the East Indian Ocean, and we're going all the way west.
Okay.
All right. And we're getting into Togo this morning. Togo, a sliver of a country, but with rich cultural heritage. They were colonized by the French. And still there's a lot of French influence. But there is also still a lot of traditional African cultural belief and practice. I mean, still practice culture. Capital of Togo being Cotonou. So let me share one of those proverbs with you this morning, and we'll get to know a little bit more about this country as we get into their proverbs. A child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother. A child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother.
A child does not laugh at the ugliness. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. That's is that a saying or another proverb, by the way?
It's another one, isn't it?
It's like another one, but
yes,
it's just just related. A mother means a lot to a child. I mean, this. I mean, a mother represents a symbol of nurturing, symbol of love, symbol of care. Your source of actually life and health and vitality and all those things.
Yeah.
So you can't turn back, then look at the same person who's giving you all that, and then think they're ugly. There's no ugliness in nurturing.
Even if you think it doesn't ever should never fall from your mouth.
Exactly.
Because this is where you receive everything. This is where, like you said, this is where you get life from. So even if you think it, you never say it, even if it is for respect alone. your source. I mean, there's other colloquialism that comes into play that's not for watershed, but essentially you don't. There are just some things you never say. It doesn't matter. I remember growing up and one of my aunties would say I might be mad at my mom for some point. She said, don't say it, oh. Shh.
Never.
What? Don't say it to your mother. No. Don't.
Yeah, even if your mother has one eye, or no eyes at all.
Don't.
That's your
mother.
One leg, two legs, no
whatever.
Legs. That is still your mother.
That's your source.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. They brought you into the world anyway. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I said Cotonou is the capital of Togo. I'm very, very sorry. Because in my mind, Cotonou is just next to Lagos. So I beg your pardon. Cotonou is not the capital of Togo. Cotonou is actually the capital of Benin, or otherwise in French we say Benin. And so I got that wrong. I beg your pardon. The capital of Togo is Lomé. Lomé, right?
Mm-hmm. You've been to Togo?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay.
Capital of Togo is Lomé. I beg your pardon. And thank you, guys. We know that you're awake. In fact, I knew I was just testing you. All right. Let's look into the headlines today and look at the headlines making news stories in the country and around the world. We'll start on Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Raila Health Wars. A vicious rumor. Is this today's paper? Today is Monday, October 5th. Yes, it is. All right. A vicious rumor war exploded yesterday as ODM and Wiper traded barbs over claims that Raila Odinga is gravely ill. ODM accused a section of the opposition singling out Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa of peddling malicious disinformation after social media posts said the 80-year-old was hospitalized. Raila's camp says he left the country for a brief medical holiday. And Ida Odinga called the rumors baseless. Wiper hit back, calling ODM's outrage political theater and denying any ill intent. In the end, the speculation persists and the nation waits, still unsure what to believe. And I quote Dennis Onyango, the former PM spokesman, former DP Rigathi Gachagua and his struggling team of Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa, among others, are on a familiar campaign of misinformation on the health of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Shakil Abdallah, who is the Secretary General of the Wiper Party, said any suggestion that His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka wishes harm upon Raila Odinga is malicious, reckless and utterly false. ODM's attempt to drag HE into its internal confusion is a weak distraction from the cracks splitting the so-called broad-based government. Where Nabado, back and forth, barbs be a-flying. At the end of the day, the question is, okay, is he okay? He's okay. We keep it moving.
No, I just think sometimes politicians will pick anything and anywhere to just politic. You know, you sit back, you think people get sick. There is no big deal.
That's what I'm saying.
Where they went for an operation, a medical tour, medical vacation, whatever you want to call it.
Very normal.
You go to a hospital, you're vacationing.
It's a
we know
holiday.
what you're talking about. So it's fine. It's okay.
It's okay. Brief medical holiday. That's what you said. The wealthy are not. The wealthy don't go to visit hospital. They go for a brief medical holiday. Yes. They do not sleep, they rest.
Yeah.
Bas.
Wealthy people don't sleep.
You've gotten another phrase. 47,000. No. I take that back. 4,700 to lose jobs in President Ruto's sugar factories revival plan. The realities of the sugar sector are growing harsher by the day, with mass layoffs looming as revival plans take shape across the sugar belt region. So there was a bonus that was paid out just a few months ago, and we're still asking questions about that, where that bonus came from. But it would appear as though not again, at least not anytime soon, because there will be job losses in order to save some companies. And that's what we're looking at right now. There's a book serialization happening in a testament of the transformative power of education, resilience and commitment. Former Deputy Chairperson of the AU Commission, Erastus Mwencha, describes how he rose from a humble herdsboy to the top economist in Africa. So that's interesting. Court orders flouted as justice system faces growing defiance. What again have they flouted? We'll look into that. And looking at another court orders Aga Khan to release the body of a Nigerian Air Force officer, It's interesting because retired Nigerian Air Force officer, Air Vice Marshal Terry Okorodudu, had a hospital bill, but the court has said, according to Justice Lawrence Mugambi, after a petition by Okorodudu's family, led by his son Bidemi Okorodudu, who sought the court's intervention after the hospital declined to release the body over the unpaid bill, Mugambi said, come on. Let him go, Barry, and you guys can figure out what you need to do.
Yep.
We'll look into details of that. More comment. Jukwala Usalama is doing the thing around the country, and questions are being asked about. Okay, hang on. Even people who come to talk about Usalama, they are getting handouts to go back. Okay, allowances, travel allowances. We know when you say handouts, it sounds untoward or malicious. But when you say they're given transport facilitation to return back to their stations, it sounds a little bit better, no? So there was forums for folks to come and understand what Jukwala Usalama is all about. And as they came, they went, they got between 3,000 and 5,000 shillings. And you're talking to about 10,000 people. So, do the math. Have fun with that.
Fair too.
Fair.
It's just fair.
Yeah. Between 1,000 and 5,000, between 3,000 and 5,000 here or there. See, Simba. So, of course, folks are now starting to question, what is this? What's the difference between that and other programs that you've had before? But Sidri, don't ask me. I'm just telling you, he's also said that police stations will be upgraded. Some are posts, some are police stations, some need facelifts, others have become storage for all kinds of things. But they said, here we're gonna sort it out.
What happened to the CCTVs, first of all?
Which one?
After Ojwang was murdered.
And they said they were going to put CCTVs in all police stations. One can
with immediate effect.
Yeah. But immediate effect for you might mean tomorrow.
Or 1,000 days.
You need to define.
The Lord.
Exactly. You need to define immediate. What immediate is to you may not be immediate to someone else. So, yeah. While that's going on, many African presidents live in fear. So we do know that Joseph Kabila Sr. has been sentenced to death in absentia.
Yes.
He's also been slapped with a $30 billion fine for military crimes, war crimes, which include sexual assault and all kinds of other things, by a military court, no less, in DR Congo. And not even outside the country. So the question is, will he pay the $30 billion before they hang him? Or, I don't know. Just asking there. So that story has risen to another one where we talk about ex-African presidents living in fear. And that's why you see, according to this story, folks like Biya, Museveni, even maybe before in the southern part of the nation, hanging on to of the continent, hanging on to power, because they know that once they release this power, the possibility of somebody coming after you is very great. So that's a story there, an interesting one to then be able to look into. All right, let's look into some others.
The time will come, though. Let's look at the Daily Nation. Revealed driving school scandal. So more people have died in road crashes in the first 9 months of 2025 than last year. Those are the latest statistics.
Wow.
So an investigation into anonymous emails alleging a bribery scheme has rocked the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA. The whistleblower accounts coming shortly after NTSA had unearthed a racketeering ring through which driving schools bribe examiners for learners to pass tests, compromising, therefore, road safety. I'll get into the details of that in a bit. Head teachers warn cash crisis, hurting exam preparations. Principals say examination preparations are being disrupted by government delays to disburse funds to schools. Cash-strapped schools are unable to purchase material and equipment that students will use during examinations, according to the teachers. If the problems persists, they warn students will be forced to share equipment. The Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education KCSE exam starts on October 21st, with rehearsals planned on October 17th. So learners will sit the new Kenya Junior Secondary Education Assessment from October 27th. Na already kuna shida.
Share equipment, like if you were doing biology proof, for example, in an exam, I do, then you do, or how?
Sharing of equipment. Let's say you are doing you're in a lab, for example.
Yeah.
So the conical flasks that you're going to use and this and that, you might be forced to share, where otherwise you'd have your own conical flask.
Yeah.
Do your own whatever that you're doing, your chemistry exam, for example. So you have to wait or you co-share. I don't know how this is gonna work.
I don't know either.
And then how you're gonna cap cheating with this. Raila health debate stirs political scene, same story. ODM leader Raila Odinga traveled out of the country on Friday for an undisclosed mission, with the spokesman dismissing speculation of ill health and blaming his opponents for spreading the reports. And how cartels looted fertilizer subsidy. The government's ambitious fertilizer subsidy program was hijacked by unscrupulous traders who exploited loopholes in the system to make a killing and shortchange farmers. A report by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has revealed, according to the EACC, government agencies bungled oversight, allowing profiteers to infiltrate the scheme and supply substandard fertilizer. So to the story of the probe on NTSA, 2 anonymous emails were sent to NTSA in April and July, alleging that a deputy director was involved in a bribery racket, minting millions from learners in driving schools. So 3 months after the second email, the Director of Criminal Investigations, DCI, is in advanced stages of a probe, with suspects expected to be charged very, very soon. But not suspected racketeers demanding money from learners in return for driving licenses. Rather, is 3 NTSA staffers accused of being behind the emails. Yes.
Okay.
A little bit of a twist there. So DCI officers based at Kabete Police Station want Lucy Mula, John Masila, and John Mutiso charged with publishing false information despite not providing any evidence that the 3 were behind the April and July emails. The 3 have in their statements to the DCI denied any involvement in the emails, instead arguing that their supervisor, Deputy Director Wilson Tuigong, has maliciously instigated the charges based on historical disputes at their Upper Hill workplace. CSI office, okay? So Mr. Tuigong is the Deputy Director for Driver Training and Testing. Now, on the same day Ms. Mula was arrested, Mr. Tuigong wrote to NTSA Director General George Njau, stating that he had reported the matter to the DCI after his employer failed to act on several complaints, including the emails. Now, Mr. Tuigong also referred to 2 leaflets that were in 2024 pinned on the walls of washrooms at NTSA's offices. Okay? The leaflets made the same allegations against him. Now, last Friday, Mr. Tuigong confirmed in a phone interview that he had filed a cyberbullying complaint following the 2 emails and what he described as many other related things. He, however, declined to describe the related matters which triggered his complaint. Now, he claimed that he initially did not know why his juniors had been arrested, maintaining that he does not know the status of the probe to date. The deputy director declined to delve into specifics of his complaint, including what forms of cyberbullying. Now, all this is just office politics and all that, okay? Now, the whole issue here is that watu wanalipa pesa to driving schools, and they're colluding with officials from NTSA for you to, for example, you walk into driving school, you don't want to go through the testing, you don't want to go through the whole drama
drive,
and everything.
Surely.
But, well, allegedly you can drive.
I can move the car from here. I step from here to there. I engage the Ninio and I engage the other one.
Yes.
And I move.
So then now what happens is you nachota kitu kidogo. Now part of that money goes all the way up.
In NTSA?
Yes.
So you don't have to do the test?
So you don't have necessarily to do the test.
But I can get a certificate?
Yeah, araka. You have no time to go to, I don't know, how long do people take nowadays? I did mine long time ago. Is it 2 weeks, 1 month or whatever? So instead of going to the road, to the main road roundabouts like everybody else, unaingia na pesa yako, you say, you know what, wacha hii story ni story mrefu. Sasa fanya hivi, shika hii kitu, nipatie license. So that money then goes through different brokers in between, all the way to NTSA. I mean, this thing the thing is, it's not a new story really.
I get it.
It has always happened. It has always happened. So the main issue here now is you have now senior officials at NTSA who are part of this racketeering ring.
But you know, the crazy issue also here is that there's a reason why you're asked to do a driving test as well as to do driving training.
Yes.
So that you can come out as somebody who we are going to allow to be on the roads operating a vehicle. Now, do you wonder, you know, we were trying to make a connection between all of the accidents that we see on the roads, and then you know how you're driving sometimes, and then somebody will make a comment like, oh my God, where did this one get his or her license? You know. Now, here we are, and we are seeing the direct result of mediocrity playing out. So beyond the people who are getting the bribes, who are we putting on the roads? Because, Dennis, if this is a story that's being reported, it's not one or two cases. It's practice. So how many people are on the roads without the right documentation, having not gone through the test?
Tunaendesha magari kimungu.
Nakwambia.
You know, so there's a letter that was written to the Director General, the NTSA Director rather, in charge of road safety, Andrew Kiplagat. Now, in that letter, it indicated that driving school operators were bribing NTSA examiners.
For what? So that what you can pass the exam?
Yes, and refer to the loot as the loot. Remember the handouts you're talking about? So you person apeana polisi wakuja jukwaa la usalama, whatever. What do you call it? Ni fair, ni handouts,
so whatever.
Bribery, whatever.
No, handout sounds like it's bad. Handout sounds like a handout.
So now in this case, the loot is being described as appreciation.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Okay.
So the appreciation is what is now given to the NTSA officials.
For giving me a license when I have not done the test.
Yes. However, this appreciation he is levied per student. So further, the authority has been made aware that driving training instructors have been mobilizing money from the learner driver student for presentation to NTSA driver test examiners. Okay. So what used to happen, Kitambo, when we didn't have these NTSA maneno, so you have a police officer in the lorry with you. So you are like 10 of you at the back.
Yeah.
So each of you will take a turn.
Yeah, you drive for like 200 meters, whatever.
Yes, you go, Pana Mlima, and so they're checking how to do. So you're taught.
Clutch, brake,
make sure you put your seatbelt, adjust your side mirrors, your rear view mirror, make sure clutch, brake, where is your hand?
Yeah.
Are you holding the steering wheel? 9 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever, 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So all those things. So the officer is like, and Ivy, me mind what he did. He was on his phone. So he's like, weka gear, enda. I just barely moved. He's like, break, toka.
Next.
So I'm like, just like that. And it was on a hill. So later what would happen in the class, there are those who have paid money. So when you've paid money, you have no pressure. But when you're inside that lorry with the police officer and you have not paid that bribe, chances are you might actually be disqualified just because you didn't pay the money.
Oh, for golly's sake. And what's the going rate, I wonder? According to this, what's the going rate for a license?
Are they giving a going rate? Let me just check. It's a very long story.
Yeah.
I don't think they're mentioning any figures at the moment because the probe is still on. But I think anybody who's gone to driving school lately can tell us.
Honestly speaking.
You can tell us how much money
are they asking
Is it 1,000, 2,000?
We're just sacrificing things for 1,000 shillings.
Yes.
For goodness sake.
All right. So how cartels cattle cheap fertilizer plan? The government ambitious fertilizer subsidy program, a centerpiece of President William Ruto's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, was hijacked by cartels and unscrupulous traders who exploited loopholes in the system, an anti-graft report has now revealed. Rolled out in 2023 to ease production costs for farmers, the program was meant to guarantee affordable inputs and boost food security. Now, instead, according to a report by the ESCC, systemic weaknesses opened the door for manipulation, fraud, and the supply of substandard fertilizer that left thousands of farmers exposed. The September report, currently at the office of the Principal Secretary for Agriculture, details how government agencies then bungled oversight, creating opportunities for profiteers to infiltrate the subsidy chain from registration of farmers to procurement, warehousing, distribution, and sales. The registration of farmers, a critical factor in determining the beneficiaries of the subsidies fertilizer, was riddled with irregularities. The digital registration system, the Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System, accepted multiple registrations from the same farmer on the same piece of land. So the audit shows ward agricultural officers tasked with verifying farmers' details were not properly facilitated with transport or ICT tools. They were supposed to financially... let's just say, pesa ilikulwa.
Kabisa. My goodness.
Yes. And the amounts we're talking about here is actually a lot of money. We're looking at 200, where is that? Around 209.5 million fake fertilizer scandal, whatever, pesa ilikulwa, other things were mixed in the bags and whatnot. So ni cartels.
It's cartels.
Shida
That's
si
what it is.
serikali.
It's a lot of money.
It says that serikali it bungled. They never really put some clear systems.
And it's a lot of money that's finding its way. In this sense, it's not trickling down.
Yes.
If there's a way for things to trickle up, then that's exactly what's happening. You know what? I did a horrible thing.
What did you do?
I didn't greet people this morning. Can you imagine? I'm really sorry, folks.
It's Monday blues.
In my mind, I thought something is missing. I haven't done something. We haven't done something. And then it's hit me in the head like a rock.
Something is missing.
Yeah.
We do that before top of the hour?
I don't know, but I don't know. Look, I can just do, our collective greeting this morning. And
Salimiana, we then go back to the dailies again.
Oh, okay,
look,
why there are more stories, definitely, as we've looked into the headlines. And we can definitely say good morning to folks who've taken the time to click in and join us on the show this morning. And thank you for reminding me, because I was like, no, something is missing. And sure enough, there it is. And that's what we didn't do. So you know what? Why not? That we can stop in the middle of it all and then just say good morning to you, because you know what? You guys do it for us every day. And a very, very good morning to you, Don Sabwa. And of course, you know what? He's got a question for you, Mr. Okari. Did we lose it when we moved Linda Mama to Linda Jamii, killing the principle of free maternity, the hyped mother's care? Did we lose it?
Well, the mothers lost it.
There you go. There's your answer, Don Sabwa. A very good morning to you. Peter Kiari is tuned in this morning from Mombasa and says, you might see me bend sometime. You may see me cry. Sometimes you might see me stumble. But one thing you won't see me do is quit. There it is, and there is motivation as we get into Monday. Stanley Ngasha says, good morning from Juja. Good to have you here. R says, Tumerudi, where have you been, R? We know they're always clicking in. Asante Sana. Hello, it's been a while. Let's keep it spice, says Bakora. Good morning to you. Tuning from Mombasa is Robert Mbogo, and Jimmy Munuthi is here as well. Good morning to you. Agola says, good morning, Spices. Eliana Yabesh says, it's a new week. Very unfortunate. The former DP can't see beyond his tribe. Really? When will you have Matiang'i in the hot seat? We'll ask Dennis. When will we have Matiang'i in the hot seat? Tunamtafuta. My prince says hi. Trump said he'd always put America first and encourage other leaders to prioritize their own countries. When a government grants immunity to a foreign NGO, is it truly putting its country first? Well, there's a question. Sarah Kilonzo says, good morning. Kenya's biggest conversation. Indeed it is. Erica Ward, good morning as well. Melbourne, knock, knock. Who's there? It's Melbourne. Desmond says, good morning. Uhuru T, good morning to you. Monica Njoroge is tuned in. Let the show begin, and we're into it. Ola Watuangu says, Manpi, good morning. Mama J says, good morning. Our sympathies to Dennis, who had to sit through hours of uncorroborated statements from the former DP. Where? Agola, we are sorry, we'll fix it. Sawa. Lillian Mongara is tuning from Bombalulu. Mashari and Jerry says, good morning, watching from Portland in Oregon. A very good morning to Spice Team from here in Atlanta, says Soldier Boy. I watched Aseto say, Kaongo amekanyaga wire. He said. Simon Kibiru says, good morning from Mombasa. Another day for the biggest conversation. Let the party begin indeed. Sabalheri Nyote, Mombasani Tupo, says Rogers Lie. Good to have you here this morning as well. Christopher Ogore says, tuned in as usual from Maseno. JDDD Dots. Ndu, sing a little Najoto Itakuja. Sindio, good morning. We'll look into a song for tomorrow, I promise. Tibbs Muge says, good morning. Microsoft plan is coming to effect. Create a problem, then change your solution. Subscriptions will be the norm. That's what we're looking at. Ken John Newtu says, good morning. Tuned in from Kirinyaga. Good to have you in the room this morning. Dr. Fico says, good morning. Ndu and Dennis listening from Nairobi today. Oh, Karibu Sana. Louis Rudasingwa is tuned in this morning as well. Mtuflani, we see you. Blessed to have you as well. Good morning, good people, says Duke. Good morning. The sisters, good week, good day indeed. And good morning to Christina. Bud Disciple is tuned in from Kiambu, Riabai. Josh Willie says, good morning, how was your weekend? Fantastic, good to have you here. Mutuflani wants us to ask Rose and Jerry when we talk to her if it's possible to have a website that actually shows the qualifications and track records of all aspirants during the upcoming 2027 election. That's a good question. We'll see if we can get into it. Soldier Boy, we see you. Did they not see Raila traveling? Or was it understood he has a private airport? I don't know. Stella, everybody, good morning. Michael Olanda is tuned in this morning. Bwangi Juma, how are you all? It's a blessed Monday. Indeed, it is. Amaya Okoh is tuned in this morning and says corruption results too many accidents. And yeah, and unfortunately, that's what it's looked like. Oh, Foucault says the fee is called Pesa Yambuzi. You don't sit the exams without paying. Okay, there's a thing. All right. Isa Kale says, good morning. Here for what situations are in the room. Karibu Sana. Thank you always, Isa. Amram says, good morning. Amram J, greetings are important. It is very important, I'm telling you. At least to nakaribisha watu, at least. Thomas Osoro is tuned in. It depends on how your weekend was. It was all right. And so here we are getting into it. Wycliffe Sunday is tuned in this morning. Atieno, good morning. Oyawa Uru from Kilifi, where the weather is perfect at the moment. Love you too. Aaron Wamukoya is tuned in this morning, live from the CBD. Adala Calvins, good morning, Team Spice. Are there plans by the IEBC to extend voter registration to the diaspora? It's a big question. In terms of what they can or cannot do. We'll be tackling that and we'll have that conversation at 9. King Dave says good morning. Billy Okoth is tuned in from Garissa. Bernard Adala, good morning. Nduan Dennis Asante Sana, you're too kind, Bernard. Tanai Naisuma says good morning, locked in. Liberal Kenyan is also here. Onganga Ken says Bwakire, and then you say Bwakire what?
Bwakire via.
Bwakire via. Via is
via.
Via.
Not via. Vuya sounds luya. Vuya. It's B, but you say boo. Vuya. Bwakire via.
Okay, got it.
So that sounds very romantic and poetic.
And all you're saying is good morning. Can you imagine if you say I love you?
I told you.
How would you say I love you in Kisi? You don't know?
No,
or you don't say it?
No, we don't. So for us Kisi men, we say it at the appropriate time.
When is the appropriate time to say I love you?
It means a lot. We just don't throw it out.
You don't just say it anyhow.
That's why you would not just hear. Why?
Why?
You know, they say the most romantic language is what? Spanish.
Yes.
It's Spanish.
It's French.
It's French.
French, yes.
Where is Spanish?
It's also there. It's a romantic.
So French, Spanish.
Yes.
Kissy is up there.
Oh, sorry. You still haven't told me. You think I'm one of those people ask? I want to know.
I'll tell you off camera.
Oh, wait. All right. Locked in. Dennis Kagwongo says, good morning. Moriega. Timoru. I'm the one who said the Timoru part. Good morning, Chebebe. Good morning. And Okari, super week ahead indeed to you, Dan Steele. Good to have you. Joki Waweru, looking forward to a fruitful day and week. Thank you so much. Wabua Sami says, many greetings. Samuel Kibor is tuned in from Brussels. Good morning, everybody. And sorry we did that late, but, important for us to do it anyway. Indeed, greetings are very, very important. And so thank you for always tuning in. And even as we come back into that and look into some more stories that are making the headlines, let me give you the details of one of those stories, Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
This one of court orders, whether you obey them or not. I don't know that it would appear that you have a choice to obey or not to obey. When the courts pronounce themselves in disputes following years or decades of tussles, parties winning the cases celebrate and the majority show a sigh of relief. As in, finally, this thing has gone through the courts and we're okay. But whatever transpires after the court's verdict has left little to be desired, with litigants complaining of non-compliance with court orders, decrees and verdicts, especially in civil cases where, if there was money to be paid over time, sometimes doesn't happen.
Yes.
Judgments entered into the government have been ignored, while litigants winning land and succession cases have found it hard to enjoy property despite fighting so hard due to resistance. March 12th, 2025. 700 descendants of freedom fighters won a land dispute against some 200 squatters. Justice Anthony Ombwayo declared the descendants owners of a 100-acre piece of land in Njoro, Nakuru County. The court ordered Njoro Golf Club squatters to vacate the land within 90 days or face eviction by June 2025. Now, Kamanga Mukonyoro, a freedom fighter, had waited since the early 1990s for the case to be concluded. However, to to date, he has been unable to evict the squatters. According to his son, James Maina, some of the squatters had refused to vacate part of the land they'd been calling home for decades. You see now, the case has been in court for decades. People have settled. It has become their home. The court comes after I don't know how many years and says, okay, you know what? This actually, they need to get out from the particular land. But they're so used to it. You can imagine 30 years, you've grown a family, you've got children, and then they tell you to leave. I'm not saying that you get into somebody's land, but you can imagine now the difficulty that you're met with when you're now trying to say, okay, fine, get out. Where are you going? This is where your roots are. What are you supposed to do? We tend to think of squatters as having makeshift settlements, but in some cases, 30 to 40 years, it has become permanent, because after all, 1990 to 2025 is 35 years.
That's a whole generation.
Yes, it is.
A whole generation that doesn't know anything else.
If you were 10, you are now 45.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So, we advised them to vacate, they said, but they refused. Maina said the eviction order had created enmity between the two groups, and despite relying on the court's decree, they faced resistance. We engaged our lawyers and attempted to reason with the opposing parties, but they refused and appealed. Despite appeal, no stay was issued, and the Mau Mau descendants were forced to move back to the court to seek a compelling order. So June 25th, Judge Ombwayo issued an eviction order to the squatters for refusing to vacate the premises despite losing the dispute. He gave them a grace period of 3 months. The judge was also forced to order the officer commanding Joro Police Station to provide security to the families and auctioneers to maintain law and order during the eviction. And you know what we are doing right now in October 2025? The case is still there. They have not been evicted. They have refused to go despite a court order. Here we are.
Life is hard, man.
I'm telling you, it really is. But it's reminiscent of across the board. How many, on so many things, courts have pronounced themselves. So what do you expect? This is not a government case. This is a case between two communities essentially warring each other. But I'm going to take the tone that's set. After all, I'll tell you, well, court orders. Oh, the court said. There's so many cases where court has said something and nobody has done anything about it. So I don't have to move. What has happened to them? This is an example of what we see. This is a pure example of that thing that we see, where court orders are dismissed as though it was a suggestion of whether we are going to town.
And you see, there's a precedent that is set.
Absolutely.
The tone is set from the very top.
100%.
If from the very top we follow the law and the rules and the court orders and respect what the courts then rule, everybody else down the line will toe the line. You'll have no option. But the fact that you'll hear statements like, okay, you'll just throw the court order into dustbin. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, si tuko hapa. I've been here for 40 years. Sasa mutadu. I have businesses here. I'm rooted here. This is my house. Will you compensate me if you take it down? What are you going to do?
Stall it for another 40 years.
Exactly.
Who cares?
What do you expect?
That's the story of our country.
Yep.
The story of our country. Now, there's a good conversation happening in the Senate.
All right.
And this conversation is something that we've all had an issue with. This is the Certificate of Good Conduct.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. So senators are pushing for the Ministry of Interior and the National Police Service, NPS, to make the Certificate of Good Conduct valid for a lifetime. And I guess this is a very, very good discussion.
Yeah.
And this is only to be revoked only upon conviction. So the lawmakers are arguing that the cost of renewing the document every year while seeking employment, especially for a lot of young people who are the bulk of the unemployed, is prohibitive, as it is both costly and tiring. Now, currently, the Certificate of Good Conduct is valid for a year upon issuance, so you renew every year. Further, the lawmakers want the national government to automate and decentralize the issuance of the document to streamline its issuance, renewal, and verification. So the lawmakers decried how the current manual application system is prone to delays and inconsistencies. So they are calling upon the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja-led entity, to establish decentralized services points and deploy mobile registration units. So take this thing to Huduma centers in sub-counties also. Take them to the DCI offices in the sub-counties and let this thing be paid once and when the day you appear in court and you're convicted of committing a crime, that's the only time you revoke it. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to keep renewing it every year.
I actually agree, because it's the same person. They do the same process. It's no different. They're not asking you for different...
you haven't changed.
You haven't changed. It's still you.
You know the way they say driving license? So it expires, then you're arrested. You don't have a driving license.
Yeah.
So the day it expires doesn't mean that you stopped knowing how to drive a car.
You can still drive a vehicle.
Exactly.
So why?
But this is going to remove a source of revenue. Because every year renewing.
Yeah.
Pesa kwa serikali.
Watakubali kweli? Ndio swali. Those are the things that we're looking at. Rose and Jerry, Irongo Houghton in the hot seats. After the break with the news, good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Around the world, 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Rescue efforts are underway in the remote Tibetan slopes of Mount Everest, where a snowstorm has dropped nearly 1,000 people in campsites on the eastern side of the mountain, according to Chinese state media. Hundreds of local villagers and rescue teams have been deployed to clear out snow, blocking access to the area, which sits at an altitude of more than 4,900 meters. That's about 16,000 feet. Chinese media said that some tourists have already been rescued. Heavy snowfall began on Friday evening and has intensified on the eastern slopes of Mount Everest in Tibet, which is an area popular with climbers and hikers. Tibet's Blue Sky Rescue Team has received a call for help that tents had collapsed due to heavy snow and that some hikers were already suffering from hypothermia, Chinese state media again reported. Busia Senator Okoh Mtata has dismissed the move by lawmakers to approve the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company to the public, threatening to file a court case against the plan. Mtata claims that KPC is causing huge taxes to the national government and that it should not be privatized, reiterating his readiness to take the Kenyan government to court fast.
The thing we are doing is that we are seeing the President William Ruto and his acolytes or cronies trying to steal public assets. And this idea that they are going to nationalize public assets is an issue that will be done after a very big fight. And as we speak, they have already developed a petition with the help of KPC people showing how profitable the company is. Another thing, that this company is not just a state corporation under the State Corporations Act. KPC was registered under an act of parliament. And all the shares, 100%, were subscribed by government. No shares are available for sale in KPC. So what are they selling? What are they selling? So it cannot be done just the way they are trying to do. So we are going to have a very, very dirty fight. We are going to go to the courts, and this is a matter we shall fight up to the Supreme Court. And anybody who thinks that they are going to privatize KPC today is dreaming.
According to Mtata, President William Ruto should respect the Constitution and protect public assets, including the expansion of KPC's market to Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo instead of privatizing it.
We would like to see KPC negotiating, the Kenya government, instead of selling KPC, should be negotiating with Uganda for whale leaves to take that KPC to Kampala, negotiate with Rwanda and Burundi and those countries and Congo, take KPC up to Goma so that we can dominate this market, we can provide service in hydrocarbon, not giving it to private individuals. Already the value of KPC is not acceptable what they're trying to value, because you remember KPC took over the Kenya Refineries company. That company alone sits on 307 acres of prime land in Mombasa. How much is that land? So this idea of trying to steal, President Ruto stealing from the public is not going to be allowed.
And moving on is that Embakasi East MP Babu Owino has called on lecturers in public universities to continue their strike, which is now in its fourth week, urging them not to allow any talks with the government if their demands are not met. Speaking in Nairobi, Babu also urged teachers to demand the salary increase from the government, saying their pay is poor.
And lecturers have stricken for far too long just because the government cannot listen. The government would prefer go somewhere, just dish out money, but is not investing in education. I want to tell the comrades in this country that you have to join your lecturers. Close those universities. Kama mambo ni mbaya iwe mbaya. Kama ni noma iwe noma. The lecturers must be paid. And to the lecturers, do not agree to sign anything if there is no money in your pockets.
And on his part, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has lumped Kuppet and NART leaders for attending a teachers' meeting held at State House, claiming that the meeting was aimed at their own personal interests.
And you have the power and the leadership to be able to say, sisi tuko sawa mahali tuko. Hatutaki mtuingize kwa hiyo confusion yenu ya SHA. I was very embarrassed as a son of a teacher kuona union leaders wenu wakiimba vile walikuwa wanaimba pale State House. Nikashangaa, nikauliza, kweli ni nyinyi mlituma huyo katibu wenu aseme hiyo vitu? Ni nyinyi mlimwambia imbe hivyo? Nyinyi wimbo wenu ni tofauti? Yenu ni gani? Yenu ni gani? Semeni asikie, yenu ni gani? So as leaders in this country, we must make sure that we represent you and we represent you properly.
Remember to continue enjoying the APL marches across our radio stations. That is Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, getting into it. All right, very good morning to you. It's 7 minutes after 7 o'clock and getting into Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday morning. And even as we do, there'll be a number of things that we are talking about this morning. And our guest, at least one of them, is here this morning. And we're getting into a conversation round about, human rights and the protection of them. But beyond that, looking into how we can actually make sure that moving forward, we're not dealing the cost of participating in the finance bill debate, the cost of citizen-led participation when it comes to governance. The executive director of Amnesty International is Irongo Houghton, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, and thanks again for inviting me here. I'm actually the I guess the support guest, if there is such a word. We're all waiting for the guest.
You said it's support guest. It's like you make it sound like a support dog.
And no cause for alarm, by the way, because we are waiting for her. She's on our way.
Yeah. To celebrate.
Rose and Jerry,
a wonderful person.
Indeed. Rose and Jerry is software developer. You heard her the first time because of the work that she did to create information, knowledge, learning around the finance bill and created a website. She got into a spot of trouble because of that. But it's interesting to see that many months later, she's been honored by the world in terms of the work that she did. So she'll join us in a bit. She's on her way here, and we'll get into a little bit of that conversation with Irongo before she does. Well, Irongo, as we normally do, we go to a different African country every week, as you know. And so as we get into this conversation, we're looking at proverbs from Togo this week, capital of Togo being Lomé, in the West African belt. And here is a little bit of what the Togolese say. A child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother. A child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I'm sure for all the mothers out there, they're smiling at the moment. No, I think what I get from that really is this idea that, that which is ours, those people who we declare are ours, may err, they may make mistakes, but we have a duty to uplift them. And I think that's it's a very powerful message, not just for parents and their children and homes, for that matter, but all aspects of our lives, whether it be offices, whether it be the nation. That which is ours needs to be protected and uplifted. And you can't do that if you are running it down the whole time.
Indeed. You can't. Wow, I mean, great to hear. And even as we just look at some of these things, dark is the word that it was used to describe a lot of situations that we've experienced in the last 1 or 2 years, especially when it then came to the upholding, or in some cases the abrogation of human rights and what people were or not allowed to do. And I mean, you're a rights man, you're right in the middle of it, and give us a bit of an overview of the situation from where you are. I mean, of course, we're using Rose and Jerry this morning as a point of contact because she's come out on the other end of it with a very different story, but there's some folks who those have been trampled on properly. Is it looking better, or are we still in the trenches?
Well, I mean, comparatively to June and July, I think as a nation we're in a better space. June and July were probably the most violent protests that we had seen since possibly last year. And we lost, just to give an example, on Saba Day on July the 7th, 46 people were killed within just 6 hours, and they were largely shot or trampled or bludgeoned to death. And we still have a number of people who are being charged with prevention, with counterterrorism charges, many of which, from the charge sheets that I've seen, will probably not withstand those charges. And therefore, what you will have is a number of people who are extremely angry that they have been treated like suspected Al-Shabaab, violent extremists, and they were essentially either people who were non-violently protesting. These were people who perhaps were involved in arson. I mean, it's unclear until a court basically takes every single person through a charge sheet. But I suspect many of these charges will not be sustained in court, and therefore people will be released with great bitterness. And I think we will have abused our own criminal justice system. So I still maintain, despite the efforts of the Director of Criminal Investigations and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, that the protests of June and July were mishandled in many ways. So I think I think we're in a slightly better position. But I guess the issue remains, not just in terms of the actual violence that we see in the streets, but it's also about, whether there has been redress, whether there has been justice. Denzel Mondi's family still have no understanding of what led to their son being found in the bottom of a quarry. There are still several people who are disappearing. We have a number of unclaimed bodies, unidentified bodies at the Nairobi mortuary or the Nairobi funeral home. We have a number of cases still underway. Police officers still are not seeing the power of the criminal justice system. As we know, about 137 people were killed by police officers over the last year and a half, and the number of cases in court are so few.
No single prosecution so far.
We've not had a prosecution of protest-related violence cases. No, no. We have a number of ongoing cases. The one to watch, I think, of course, is the case of Rex Masai, which initially started off as a very weak inquest and is now looking more likely that it will proceed to a full hearing.
But would you agree, or do you think that a lot of the manner in which we handle these cases comes from a place of a complete misunderstanding of what human rights are and how they should be handled?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I think it is the case, a misunderstanding, but in a deeper sense, it is I guess a refusal to follow the laws that we have currently. There has been an argument that we don't have enough laws to manage assembly. We don't have enough laws to manage public order, and I don't think that's true. I think it is very much the case that we have legal frameworks. The police have received training over the years on how to do, assembly management. I was in a very large, probably close to 2,000 people came out to call for an end to genocide in Gaza about 2 weeks ago. We were out in Uhuru Park, and 2,000 people came out. I liaised with the local police officers. There were motorbikes, there were children, there were vehicles. And to be honest, that whole day passed without, as far as I know, a single incident. Not an incident of theft, not an incident of mugging, not an incident of destruction of property. And what I came away with that day was just really a sense that when the police behave professionally, it is possible to have 2,000 Kenyans in Uhuru Park essentially expressing themselves on a global matter like Palestine, and we can all go home, including the police, with absolutely no use of tear gas, no sign of weapons, no sign of any violence whatsoever. It is possible.
So it is when the government of the day, or there is a bit of a political hue to the protest, that we have issues around human rights abuses.
Yeah, I think when the politicians get involved to control, the right to assembly, that's where the first step, the mishap happens, and that's where the disasters begin to develop. So, leaving the police to essentially receive the notices, to prepare 3 days in advance, to make sure that there is both, police officers liaising with the marshals, is the way to do it. I mean, we literally, walked from Ngong Road, from the Adams Arcade Mosque, right down to Uhuru Park. And as I say, there were children, there were families walking alongside, protesters. Well, they were protesters themselves.
Yeah.
But you have a multi-generational protest that actually does not end in tears.
Okay, so on August 26th, in line with this, now all we saw what happened in the protest. The people who died, a lot of people aimed, and we've covered enough stories where we're following up with families, and you're talking to families who are still nursing injuries, and those whose lives have totally changed as a result of bullet wounds, and others are still in hospital. Others are still looking for their loved ones, like you said. So August then 26th, you and other persons appointed to the implementation panel for the compensation of victims. And there was a lot of stories around it, within yourself being appointed, and also the LSK president, Ruth. Faith, sorry. And you're looking at the number of days from August 26th up until now. It's like how many? Almost 2 months.
We're fast approaching the third month.
What has happened so far as with regards with the implementation?
So the panel of experts was essentially set up as part of the NADCO agreement between ODM and UDA. And when I was approached, I was given the assurance that this was a genuine process, that this was a process that would assist for victims' families to be able to step past what usually is about an 8-year process of 5 to 6 years of going to court. The court, it's a criminal case, so therefore it's led by the state. A conviction takes place, and then for the next 2 years, you apply through a civil procedure for compensation. So most families that have successfully got a ruling from the court that they be compensated takes between 6 and 8 years, right? And those 6 to 8 years can be completely, challenged by all kinds of shenanigans. Forensic evidence disappearing, witnesses being intimidated, court cases being delayed, and so on. So this was an opportunity to cut through that and essentially allow the state to declare that it has wronged its citizens, that it has committed human rights abuses. And under international law, compensation is an admission of responsibility. Now, The online backlash, I think, since the announcement, since the swearing, has tended to confuse a couple of things. I think the first is that the idea that for you to get compensation, it has to be as a result of a judicial process. That is typically what has been happening in Kenya. So if you take the case of the Uhuru Wino community who were poisoned with lead many years ago, they went to court, they were challenged, the process went through a very long-winded process, and as we speak now, we're going to the second decade for them to get compensated. They've even got a judicial order saying that they should be compensated, but the executive has failed to do so. So this was the opportunity, really, this was another opportunity to do this, but the thing that was very important for many of us was to make sure that the rights to judicial redress, which means that the families should be allowed, even if they receive compensation, to go to court and see who killed their child. Have that officer, that commanding officer, if it was part of an operation, essentially held accountable in a court of law. And those two processes, compensation and justice, would essentially happen parallel. That these don't need to happen in a linear way. So that was the promise, or that is the promise of the panel of experts. As you mentioned, we were announced. There was a flurry on X. People got extremely concerned.
People didn't want you. And also, the LSK president to be part of this.
Right. No, there was quite a bit of this. But I keep reminding people that Rex Masai doesn't have an X account. Right. I keep reminding people that Denzel Omondi's family are not on Twitter. So if you're coming from a victim-centered perspective, it is important to listen to public sentiment, but actually the main constituency, the constituents that I listen to most, that guide me most, is essentially victims' families and survivors. The people you've described, the people who are languishing, still in hospital because they have life-threatening injuries, the people who are now looking for prosthetics so that they can continue doing their work, the people who have mental health trauma issues, the families that have been bankrupted by hospital bills. That's the constituency that I think we have to keep at the center of this conversation.
And if we cut through the noise, because you've been speaking to these families, you've interacted with a lot of these families, is it what they want when they're speaking to you?
We've heard a number of things from the victims' families. They do want compensation, and they do want justice. And they will not trade compensation for justice. They want both. Secondly, they want the violence to come to an end. They say there is no point I receiving 7, 6, 8 million shillings for my loved one, and then I open the newspaper and see another grieving parent, another grieving sibling. What they want is actually the violence to stop. So those three demands, I think, are very consistent. And I think the duty of the panel of experts and the state is to make sure that those three things are not traded against each other, but victims' families can declare that they can have all three.
My last question on this is, how then do you determine how much one family gets?
So unfortunately, the work of the panel, so the panel was sworn in on, I think it was September the 4th, and within 3 to 4 days, it was then stayed by a court order. So, and 2 of those days were weekends. So actually, the panel has not done any work. And this is the tragedy from the perspective of the victims' families. What they have
month, but not a lot has been done.
I'm not saying not a lot. Nothing has been done.
Nothing has been done.
Yeah, because once a court says that it needs essentially to understand what's happening and whether it is a legal constitutional process, then everybody who believes in the rule of law has to stop for the court to determine that. It's funny enough, it is today that the ruling will be delivered. So we should know by the end of the day which way the panel of experts will go. The delay has been excruciating for victims' families. For those of us who had declared that we were willing to do this on a part-time basis, as we continue to protect Kenyans, including the Kenyans who are incarcerated at the moment, possibly in a military court in Kampala, that is Bob Jage and Nyamweya. We've declared that we were only going to be part of that process as expert advisories for a period of time, and we've already lost 3 months. So I think there is a question mark about the process. And as you've said, the Law Society members have been very tough on their president, and I think she has to think a little bit about what is the the viability of this process. But I think ultimately we have to continue to say that, all roads must lead to justice and compensation for the people who have been killed over the last 2 years. But even more, as importantly as the people who've been killed over the last 2 years is the people who were killed back in 2017 during the post-election protest-related violence.
And that's what kind of sullies the cloth, isn't it? Because I think we can continue to have this conversation. Jerry will be with us in a bit, but this...
She's traveling from New York. or is it from Donholm?
New York and Nairobi.
We shall ask her.
We shall ask her where she's taking a bite of the Big Apple from. But, it touches on that as well, because everybody then is thrown into this pot, Irongo, and I think those are the questions that Kenyans... So the thing is that when you're met with backlash and vitriol from people, that it is coming from a place of genuine confusion or hurt or and maybe as far as distrust, that folks are saying, come on, if you're going to form a panel where you're going to say people should be compensated, how about you first say, you know what, we know that there were abuses, we know that there was an overhandedness in terms of the extension of power, and we acknowledge that. It does something. Even the rat knows that when it takes a bite out of someone's toe, it blows a little bit to, give some comfort before you bite again, kind of thing. So the question is, a human being to another, how then does that work? Jerry will tell you that the horror that she still has to live, knowing whether she's being watched or followed, if somebody will pick up her child one day to be able to get to her, she doesn't know. The mother who is still looking for her son is living through just as bad, if not worse, a horror. But it is the same character of horror that folks have to live through. So then how do you decide what is enough to compensate somebody who's living in constant fear or somebody who is living in constant grief? How do you do that?
I mean, as Amnesty International, we would argue that the way to do that is to fully comply with the laws of the Republic, whether it be the Constitution or the laws. I mean, it is the rule of law that separates us from a failed state, from a society that does not respect each other's dignity, each other's safety. So the rule of law is really critical, and in many of the cases, including the case of Rose Njeri, but let's wait for her to come and tell that story herself. We realized that actually laws were not being followed, and the use of mass surveillance, the use of military or paramilitary assets to essentially deal with protesters who are non-violent. I mean, this is the abuse that we've seen over the last couple of years, and it was a very dangerous moment for the country. I say it was, hoping that we are somewhat past this now. But I think the other thing that's critical, for us at a time like this, is thinking through, how do we want to layer this society? In the next week or so, the Bildad Kagia, the play, will hit our screens or our stages at the Kenya National Theatre. And as I was thinking this weekend about his legacy as a post-colonial nationalist leader, also a socialist, somebody who believed in the vision of the Mau Mau, and didn't let go of that vision just after, just because a Kenyan flag had gone up. He really had it that it was critical that we created a society that worked for everybody. And that ultimately is what creates the environment within there is a sense of safety and dignity. So it's not just the criminal justice system. It's also about education. It's about health. It's about housing and making sure that all those basics that Kenyans need to be comfortable and to be able to progress are put in place. But not incarcerating, not intimidating people who are pointing out the areas in which those services are collapsing, and that's why I think Rose Njeri's story is so important for us to learn from.
And speaking about rule of law, because you started by that and briefly articulated instances around laws, for example, not being followed. Let's look at cross-border, because this is not just happening in Kenya. There is a very big concern that there is a way we are interconnected regionally, and there's sort of I feel that there's something brewing, and there is a lot of intolerance. And I'm going to refer to a letter dated 2nd October and signed by, it is actually from Amnesty Kenya website, and it is signed by you, Faith Odhiambo, President Law Society of Kenya, and Hussein Khalid, Executive Director of Okoh Africa. And this is addressed to Uganda, High Commission to Kenya, and it's an open letter on the abduction of Kenyan Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo. We all know what has happened. There is an account in that letter in terms of eyewitness accounts indicating how they were forcibly taken from a petrol station in Kireka, Kampala in broad daylight, then driven to an undisclosed location. Their mobile phones were immediately switched off and their whereabouts remain unknown. Is this the current status? What's happening?
Unfortunately, we are now almost into the 6th or 7th day now. We're coming up to a week since Nick Oyor and also Bob Njagi were picked. And the latest we have essentially is that they may be being held in a military facility just on the outskirts of Kampala. This for us is, if true, is extremely shocking because these are essentially civilians. There is no evidence from what we've heard that these folks were behaving in a violent manner. They were at a rally of one of the political opposition candidates, Bobby Wine. But there is no evidence that they somehow were threatening the stability or the security of the state. We are very happy to hear that we read the Ministry of Foreign Affairs response late last week, that they are looking into it under the Vienna Convention, and as their constitutional obligation to Kenyans, they have an obligation to continue to press the Kampala administration to make sure that our citizens are returned back. That is a Vienna Declaration bound obligation. Any state that operates under international human rights law has an obligation to reach out. And Bob and Nick have a right to consular access. And it is, as far as we know, that has not happened yet. They have not seen a consular official from the High Commission in Kampala to ascertain to their whereabouts. Ugandan law says that civilians need to be brought to court within 48 hours. We're way past that deadline. And therefore we must ask the question whether the Ugandan government is breaking its own laws by essentially indefinitely detaining 2 Kenyan citizens on their soil. But you've raised this point, I think, about whether this is becoming more of a trend in the region. And I think the sad answer to that is yes. Unfortunately, we saw the attempted kidnapping and abduction and forced return of Maria Sahai Sarungi from Kenya to Tanzania. We've seen the case of Agatha Atuhire and also Boniface Mwangi and the terrible injustice that they face. That's now before the East African Court of Justice. And we've seen, of course, the case of Kizza Besigye, who is now, looking unlikely not even to be able to participate in the upcoming elections because essentially he's being held on this charge. So I think we have to demand that Kenya retains its pride of place as a country that, first of all, is able to protect its own national sovereignty, and secondly, that it can protect Kenyans abroad.
Well, I mean, isn't that the question, though? Today, there's an article in the paper that talks about the disobedience of court orders, and this is just on basic things like, land tenure system. It's eviction from land. It's that you can't just go out and clandestinely shoot somebody just because you're wielding a weapon and you're a custodian of security. You can't do that, but it's done. We have officials who are essentially the vanguards of state security who say things with wanton abandon. It's done, it's practiced. How can we demand something on a greater level where at the micro level we are not handling it? Can we come out and demand on a greater regional level when at the unit there's so many examples where the justice system, in many cases, as bad as it sounds, is just a suggestion. Somebody's going to say it in a court somewhere, but by the time it hits the air, it's evaporated. How can we demand at a greater level, where at the micro level, we are not being bound or held?
No, No, I mean, I think we have to recognize that globally the world is in a very precarious place in terms of the rule of law, constitutionalism, democracy, and human rights. I mean, anybody who's watching closely what's happening in the United States of America at the moment, where the president of the United States essentially says we are done with protecting places like Somalia and Kenya against terrorism, not making the connection. Perhaps he doesn't remember that actually one of the biggest attacks on an American embassy took place here, and that actually what it was that led to the Prevention of Terrorism Act, what it led to the International Alliance Against Terrorism cells and militia, was an understanding that terrorism is highly mobile. Terrorist cells are highly mobile, and that you need to essentially interrupt them anywhere in the world that they are able to develop. Otherwise, they will essentially they will seize a state, and then you're dealing with state-based, forms of terrorism. I think the challenge, for many of us is actually how do you interact in those spaces? So it's the same conversation that, the citizens or the residents of Chicago, Illinois are having at the moment when they see ICE coming into their neighborhoods and grabbing, the guy that used to, cut the grass, the guy who was in the petrol station, the guy who was in the supermarket, the school teacher, the medical assistant, all the people that essentially that community respect and love are now being picked up and essentially put in these cages. And for Kenyans, if the live streaming of this is not a wake-up call, I think, I spent the weekend watching a movie called, Yet Another Battle, I think is the time. And it's on the, it's in the cinemas at the moment. And it's really a very powerful depiction of what happens when, a state goes rogue and it is left to citizens to rebuild a constitutional framework, a sense of constitutionalism. And I think, for Kenya, we also have that obligation. We have an obligation to rally when one of us is picked unlawfully, is intimidated, is hurt. We have an obligation to support organizations that are essentially supporting citizens to be able to respond. And also that we give courage to state officers that continue to remain, lawful. I mean, there are a lot of police officers who are very happy about what happened last year. There are a lot of state officers in the ministries who really want education to work. They want health to work. And I think one of the dangers is if, we continue to, to operate with the information only drawn from places like X and TikTok and various other social media platforms, then we tend to believe the disinformation and, not really have a clear perspective of what it is that we need to keep this country on a constitutional framework. So I often tell people, don't withdraw from television, don't withdraw from the news. Just identify the news sources that matter for you.
But for a lot of people, it's the outrage that then comes as a result of what we're witnessing, and looks like the world as we see it, there's a bit of an isolation where each country then is looking inwardly, and trying to find their own solutions, and the high dependency of countries like ourselves where then if it is military support, you're looking outside. So when it comes to your own budgeting, whatever it is you budget, you're anyway stealing it in the first place. So there's a lot of support that is expected then to come from outside, and it's then time to reflect and think, okay, do we then look at our healthcare system and how much do we budget into our healthcare system? How much do we then pay attention to what is going on within without expecting aid from outside? But circling this back to then this question of what we are seeing with these abductions and the outrage, and we are seeing this Occupy, I think the Uganda mission or something, and there is almost a sense that there is a lot of activism happening behind the scenes, but the fatigue is in how then you see the state reacting, the response that you'll see from the foreign missions, the reactions that we saw even with Boniface Mwangi when he was in Tanzania. And we are seeing this happen in Tanzania. This is what their president said openly in public. She was quoted giving reference to what is happening in Kenya, meaning she's aware, and these other countries are aware what's happening in our nation. They know our politics, and they know, well, we can get away with this because, after all, in their country, their president is also getting away with this. What is the looming picture if this continues, because we're not seeing an end to this. And I'm seeing a chronology then of events from your letter, detailing from the months, the dates of different people who've actually been abducted, not just locally in Uganda, Tanzania, for example.
So for those of us, who are following this, the human rights organizations, my colleagues within Amnesty International, I think it's one thing to generate the timeline of what has happened, but sometimes we perhaps don't do a good enough job at explaining how a response to a particular context can actually save a life in another context. Just to give you an example, the mobilization that took place around Maria Tsehai Surungi not only saved her life potentially, but it also, it's important to note that there hasn't been an attempt to try and abduct her again and to abduct other people. So I think the political cost essentially went up for the Tanzanian government and whoever else was involved in this cross-border transnational act of repression. The violence that we saw meted out on Boniface Mwangi and Agatha Atuhaire, and more importantly, the response that the two of them had, the courage that it had for them to come and tell that story, and the public uproar, not just in Kenya, but regionally and internationally, I think was partly responsible for the quick return of Mwabili Mwagodi several months later. Right? The anger that Kenyans had when 6 bloggers were arrested over Christmas 2024. Kibet Bull and others, Billy Mwangi, they were kept for 2 weeks incommunicado. They were tortured, they were intimidated, and some of them, even physically assaulted. That experience, when they came out and told their story, essentially made sure that Rose Njeri, who I do hope will still be able to join us, that Rose Njeri was kept in a police cell rather than an unclosed disclosure, and that she was brought to a court of law. So I think there is in my old days, when I was a bit younger and more academic, we used to use the word dialectics. Okay. And some of you out there will probably know dialectics. Dialectics is a great concept. What it means is that the relationship between push and pull, the relation between cause and effect, that when people, citizens, take action to protect the Constitution, then those people who try to abuse the Constitution have less space to operate. They have less opportunity to use public resources against the people. Right. And therefore, that's why it's so important that we continue to rise in every case, even if we feel a sense of fatigue, even if we feel a sense of fear. It is important that we respond, because what we do in that moment is we actually create the seeds of a nation that is able to protect itself against tyranny.
Okay. Well, and Rose is here. So, Rose, good morning to you.
Great. Good morning.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Karibu sana, and thank you for being here. And even as you settle down just a bit, just coming back to you, Irungu, just really quickly, that does it require a change of heart, a change of mentality, change of psyche? Because unfortunately, what we do get with these court orders or these compensatory mechanisms is that we get you to, apologize and maybe do something about it. But that doesn't stop any kind of further action in the future. Yeah. So are we looking for a change of heart, or are we looking for, a top layer kind of activity?
No, we're looking for justice. Right. And justice does include compensation. For those families that have lost, family members, for those families whose, lives have changed in that moment, they demand compensation, but they are also demanding justice. They want to see criminal culpability. They want to see police officers convicted for shooting. And they definitely don't want a situation where police officers feel confident that they can shoot somebody today and know that the public taxes will be used to pay the people they have offended or the people they have violated, and then go and shoot people again. So I think it is all three. And it's important for Kenyans to understand that actually compensation must not be used as an excuse for justice. It must not be used for an excuse for non-recurrence. Right. We have to demand all three. All three. Let me not go further than that, because the lady of the hour is here.
Yeah. So, Rose, thank you for being here this morning. A few months ago when we spoke to you last, I remember that, you were still visibly tortured about things that happened to you. We'd like to get an update in terms of how you're doing now. But then also beyond that, there's some recognition that has come. We'll start with the tail end of that before we come back to how you're doing. But the world, literally the world, has taken 100 people and said, these are the folks that we're recognizing for impact, and you're on that list.
Yeah.
How mind-blowing is that?
It is. It really is. And I want it to be known that I don't think it's a me thing, but it's a Kenya thing. It's a recognition of where we are as a country, and it's a big deal that they're taking note of like what's happening and what we are doing, because at the end of the day, tyranny always requires some pushback. So I'm not taking it for granted. Yeah.
How did you receive the news, by the way? Because I'm just looking at it's a very big deal, and we are so excited and happy for you. You know, when Time Magazine unveiled the 2025 Time 100 next list, so it's a global roll call then. And there are big figures that make a part of that list. You don't necessarily apply for it, but you, Rose and Jerry, 35 years of age, you're a Kenyan software developer, digital activist. You find yourself among the top 100. How did you get the news?
So the Time, there's a writer at Time called Billy who got in touch with me around 2-3 weeks before it was announced, and told me I'm being considered for the nomination. So that's when I sort of looked it up, like what's this list about and how many Kenyans have been featured, and I was like, okay, I'm being considered. It's not confirmed, but you know, so I didn't apply for it or anything. They reached out. I think they went through Amnesty, maybe because it's global, to ask, do you know her contacts, and then got to me. And on that Tuesday when it was now confirmed, like, okay, you're actually on the list, I was mind blown. Yes. And then I was also looking at the other people on the list and just being like, I'm on a list with these names, you know. So yeah.
What other names are there?
Okay, I am big on watching TV, so I know like Tramel Tillman. Wow. I know the guy who acts as Manny in The Good Place. I know some musicians. I saw she's called what? Glorilla, yes.
The hip hop player.
Yeah. And then there's leaders, there's people, there's I think 3 other Africans on the list who are in leadership and in basically advocacy. And yeah, it's big hitters, heavy hitters, and I'm there. So
well, it's really, really good news. And just to quote you, you said, I never set out to be an activist. I was just a developer building my portfolio, but the government turned me into a civic tech activist. This moment is for all of us who believe in a better Kenya. Yes.
I think that quote is self-explanatory. I really just was building my portfolio. I was having ideas, especially after the 2024 protests and the abductions and the deaths. So I was moved to basically make tools that help us in any way to fight against the powers that are trying to suppress us in any way.
Okay.
Yes.
And while you were doing that, this is interesting because this recognition is not looking at the things that happened to you as a result of what you did, saying that you did it and didn't take into consideration the atmosphere, didn't take into consideration a political climate, or perhaps they did take into consideration the political climate. And they said that despite that, in spite of all of that, you were still able to do that. Talk to us a little bit about where you are psychologically today, months after your arrest. It was interesting because Irungu mentioned earlier that, the things that other people had to pass through and the clamor around it ensured that you, for example, were not taken to an undisclosed location. You were then taken to a jail cell. You were taken to a court of law. Whereas I mean, God forbid, we would have heard something else, like what we've heard from others, or about other people. So talk to us around, what you're going through now, and how that may have changed over time. Like I said the last time, you were visibly still tortured when we spoke the last time. Has that changed?
Yeah, first, I mean, I am very appreciative that there's others who've come before me. Like, I am very clear that I'm not the only one who's gone through this, and there's people who've gone through worse, including the person who was arrested right after me, which is Albert Ojwang. So where I'm at right now is just, I'm still a bit scared, but I do it afraid, because I know, for instance, even in that, I did a small gathering on Saturday, and I'm sure there was someone who was sent from DCI NIS. I don't know who, but I mean, there's someone there who you didn't know. Yes, and who I'm suspicious of, but you can't really state it out, and it happens in that way. Like, I'll be walking and there's someone following me, and you're not sure, but you can't really tell. I mean, and then there's things like calls being monitored. And
how do you know your calls are being monitored?
Echoey, the same to behaviors that were happening before I was arrested. Echoey calls, funny texts. If I now switch off my phone, anyone who's around me now starts getting those. So there's still, I feel, some aspect of monitoring still going on.
Why would they still be monitoring you? Or is there any activity that you think that you're involved in that would require somebody to keep their eye on you?
There's nothing I'm doing that's like that. I mean, I'm just a developer.
Yeah.
At the moment, I'm just building more tools in the space of civic tech.
Yeah.
But I think for them, it's maybe they're trying to see who is funding me, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm really just doing this out of my own volition. So I feel like it's a waste of state resources
to keep following one Rose and Jerry. It's interesting that you say that, because people are already asking you. Sorry.
I was going to say, like she hasn't told the story. I mean, some of us will still remember it's only a few months ago, but she had 15 state officers come to arrest her. And I don't know whether we should get the camera just to focus on her a little bit. 15 state officers arrested Rose and Jerry.
I mean, Rose is like what? Five
flat.
You're five flats.
5'0".
Compact.
Yes.
Very soft spoken, looks very harmless. 15 state agents against you.
And Rose, no criminal record.
Yeah.
No criminal record.
No.
Mother of 2.
Yes.
Has always lived in the same house. Works from home. Would have observed a summons if it had been given.
For goodness sake.
But yet, 2:00 on an afternoon, as she's in a graduation ceremony, she's interrupted. I mean, I just wanted to make those points just so it's understood how much resources we are using
on one person who is not a threat.
Or we used on one person.
It's interesting that you talk about that you still continue your work in the civic tech space, because folks are already asking you this morning, would you please now develop another tool, because we need a lot of information around voter education and registration. Folks are already asking you if you can do that, and so nobody's really scared about this other stuff, because it's clear that it's needed.
Yeah, I'm actually working on something around elections, around voters.
Sensitization,
yes.
Voter education,
education, yes, and civic tech. I mean, civic education. That is also explaining to people why they really should vote. That sort of thing. I am working on something, so watch out. Something's coming.
And so watch the space, including the folks who are watching the space.
Yes,
essentially
watching the space. And the space.
Well done, Halton.
I drank coffee this morning.
Well
I'm alive.
Well done. So you talk about the fear that is still existent, but still not fearful to be. Irungu always talks about citizen-centered governance, participation, and so that the fear is not enough, or the fear that you still may have, or the nervousness, the anxiety, is not enough to keep you away from the space whereby you say with your skill that there is something that you can do to impact the lives of Kenyans, no?
Yeah. Sorry,
it's not the fear. It's not too much fear. It's not so debilitating that it will stop you from doing this work that you talk about. You're still planning something else.
Yes. I'm again doing it afraid. Yes. I feel like someone has to do it, and for me, my fear is not based on theory. It's like something I've been through.
Right.
It's a real thing for me that I was arrested for making a tool, and I basically stand there saying I didn't despair, didn't give up, and I'm still working on other tools that are supposed to help the government of the day at the end of the day. So yeah, doing it afraid, but still doing it.
Any regrets?
No, because I didn't do anything wrong, so.
Now, looking back, before the arrests, nobody knew who Rose Njeri was.
Yes.
Well, apart from your family, your friends, and people within your space. Then all of a sudden, you come to this limelight, in the spotlight. Everybody now knows you. You're being recognized globally. You didn't ask for this, like you said. You're just doing your job, and you're calling for all Kenyans to be good citizens. Everybody to do their bit. Looking back, is there anything that you would have done differently, or anything that you would have changed when you journey this far?
Maybe because it would have been hard if there was anything I would have done, because usually when you're just a random person, it would be hard to maybe approach like some big organization and be like, I think I'm being followed, So I don't know. If I could have maybe had these people on my side before, maybe even the state would have been afraid to like come for me, because there's people around me. But I was just doing it solo, so it's easier for them to net me in that situation. Yeah.
And the assumption would be that the only way then of projecting that this is what we want as a better country is going through the streets. You are sitting behind a computer. And what essentially then you're saying is for every person, Houghton is here doing a great, fantastic job in his space.
Yeah.
You are in a different space. There's somebody else. Bomjagi is in Uganda. Everybody is playing different roles. In your opinion, do you see all this culminating into, for lack of a better word, a movement that then will bring about change?
Yes, absolutely. And it's absolutely necessary for everyone in your small station in life, whatever you're doing, to be conscious about what's happening and actually doing something that helps move the country forward. So even these small things like giving bribes, not just taking them. If we are able to just play your small parts, littering, instead of throwing things, tembea na takataka mpaka upate dustbin. Those small things eventually add up to something. All of us can do something. Yes.
I was just trying to look at the list because the people are asking, okay, so who else is in that list? You mentioned Glorilla, who's, I didn't even know who that is. I don't know how to knows this person.
Gen Z at heart. All right. You remember a hip hop.
Gen Z at heart.
Get the clean version.
So among the people in that list, Spanish soccer phenomenon, Lamine Yamal, who plays for, I think, Barcelona.
Yes,
I don't watch a lot of football. Is part of that list, together with some very, very serious leaders and people within that tech space. What does this give you that motivation to is this giving you motivation and sort of like that affirmation that you're actually doing the right thing? Because I know there are times probably you will be doubting, am I really supposed to be doing, is this like my call? Am I supposed to be doing this? Why should I care? I'm only one person. I'm a mother of two, right?
Yes.
Mother of two. Why should I care about the future of this country? It's too big for my small space.
Yes.
But does this give you that motivation? Like, okay, this then means that there's something you're doing right. And if then you're getting also followed, it means actually there's something that concerns the people around, meaning that you're doing something right.
Yes,
Is
it
this
does.
giving you that?
It does affirm that what I'm doing is right, and also vindicates me, because there's that feeling of, okay, maybe what I did wasn't, but when it gets this recognition, and you know that whatever I know that whatever I did was rooted in honesty, in justice, and it being recognized as such, does give me motivation to keep going. Because I still, as I said, I still have been working on other tools, but I think there's still that fear. So when now this recognition comes, it's like, okay, I can actually do this and make a difference in my own way. In the same way Wangari Maathai said, even a hummingbird does a small contribution, whatever. I don't remember the quote, I'm so sorry, but every little thing you do counts.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I mean, that's it. Really. Not more to add to that, because it's clear. And you know what? It sounds horrible to say, but everybody's watching you, literally, because folks want to see the next thing that's coming. And like you said, it's coming. And so everybody can do something. And I think that's a great way to then be able to close this conversation, because we can all do something at whatever level. And we thank you for what you do. And we wish you the protection and the best that you need going forward. Rose and Jerry, software developer. And in Irongo Houghton, we can't say enough. Asante
Rose
sana.
Jerry fan. Rose Jerry fan. That's my status today.
That's your status today.
Fan of Rose Jerry.
Okay. Executive Director of Amnesty International, Irongo Houghton, also joining us this morning. Thank you very much. Great way to start off the conversations for the day. Asante sana. Good morning, everybody. 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Now, former Chief Justice David Maraga, who is also vying for the presidency in the 2027 elections, has said he is ready to work with opposition leaders who will share in his political vision, which includes combating corruption and embezzlement of public funds. Maraga has cited corruption and embezzlement of public funds as a major challenge facing the nation, to ensure that the practice is eradicated.
Yes, tutafanya kazi na wale ambao watakuwa na ile vision yetu. Yule mtu ambaye atataka kutekeleza katiba, niko tayari kufanya kazi na yeye. Yule mtu ambaye atakemea corruption na hataki pesa ya serikali ibiwe, niko tayari kufanya na yeye. Tuko tayari kufanya na yeye, sababu hiyo ndio mimi nimesimamia na ndio mimi nataka kutekeleza.
He has also urged the youth in the country to register as voters so that they can contribute to efforts to bring about change in the country.
Ile kitu ambao inaendelea sasa ni vijana wanajiandikisha wawe na kura. Kura ndio silaha yako. Tarehe 2027 kama una kura ni kuzungumza tu bure na itasaidia mtu. Kwa hivyo vijana na hata wale ambao wamepoteza kura, tafadhali rudi mujiandikishe kwa wingi, ili wakati kura inakuja kila mtu awe na kura na kupiga.
Now, Kipet National Chairman Omboko Milembe has hinted that the push for a junior secondary school may be successful. Milembe said the growing push for the autonomy of JSS teachers has been directed at the government and the Teacher Service Commission. However, Milembe urged teachers to continue to cooperate amid pay and medical restrictions, which he says are being fast-tracked to streamline the education sector.
Today, we have the challenge of medical cover. We shall sit down and discuss, and we shall get a solution. Corporate power. Today we have the challenge of the JSS demanding the autonomy. But even as they demand the autonomy, hello, I got this chance by the grace of God. As much as they demand for the autonomy, We have heard you, and we have taken the steps of writing to the commission so that we can have a discussion with the government.
Well, seems like teachers were not so happy about what he had to say. But moving on, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has dismissed allegations of failing health as baseless propaganda, accusing political rivals of instigating the rumours. There has been speculation about Raila's whereabouts after his brief absence from public events. He was last seen last Friday and before that on September 22nd, although he is more frequently in the limelight. Raila's spokesman, Dennis Onyango, said in a statement that the veteran opposition chief had actually jetted out of the country on Friday evening but did not elaborate or give the purpose of the travels, destination, or his expected date of return. This event comes as a former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, has denied allegations made by the ODM party leadership that he and opposition leaders gave false information regarding Odinga's health.
When Raila, we have no reason. In fact, my prayer is that God gives Raila long life and good health. And I pray to God that he supports William Ruto so that we defeat the two of them in 2027. It will be very, very nice for me. I'll feel very good because we would like to deal with Kenya's problem once and for all. And it's the two characters because they are one and the same. They are looting the country together. All these things that are happening in the country, if it was not Raila support, Ruto would not be doing it. But as wishing him ill, wishing him bad, I'm not the kind of a person.
That's the news, Nyamweya. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to enjoy the EPL matches across our radio stations, Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's now 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. Conversations continue this morning with Dennis and Ndu. And if you're just getting in, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And our audience on KTN, Karibu, many people across the country, the region, and indeed the world as we get into conversations that we should. We're taking a look into what things are looking like in the nation. Of course, taking a political skew towards all of this, but we're going to do it because it's necessary. The spaces where we're operating getting in are highly politically charged at the moment. Even as we get into that, let's talk this morning, shall we? Thank you for tuning in, and as we continue, we ask you to be part of this conversation. Coming off a place of inspiration, and Rose and Jerry asks us all this morning what it is that you're doing in the little station in which you are in. How are you contributing to the success of your people and your nation? Dr. Martin Aloy is an advocate of the High Court, and he joins us this morning. Good morning, sir.
Morning, though. How are you?
Very well. How are you doing?
I'm great. Great. I've been up since, I don't want to tell you what time.
Even before the rooster crowed.
I'm very well.
You woke up the rooster.
Thank you.
This is good.
I don't wait for it to wake me up.
It's fantastic. Thank you for being here this morning. You'll soon be in the good company of the Senator for the Republic of Kenya from the county of Murang'a, Joe Nyuto. He will join us in a bit as we look into this conversation. And even as we do that, I'd like to talk to you about the folks who are coming in from Togo. Mm-hmm. The capital of Togo is Lomé, and it's a strip of a country that is bordered on this side by the Benin Republic and on the other side by Ghana. And the proverb that we share this morning comes from them, and this is what they essentially say for us to remember, and we'd love to get your interpretation of it. A child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother. A child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother.
Absolutely right. In other words, the mother cannot possibly be ugly in the eyes of the child, and therefore laughter is not even an issue. If you appreciate what you appreciate, it matters not what others think about it. Yes.
Right? Doesn't matter what others think. It's yours, isn't it?
Yeah, yours.
Fantastic. All right. So like I said, this conversation becomes, it takes front and center stage as we get into the first week proper of October. And we're about 2 months towards the mini elections, the by-elections that will be taking place for certain constituencies around the country. Many have called them a litmus test of what will happen in 2027, and essentially who rules the roost. And many things are being said. There are many declarations. Most recently, we did hear the president say, you know what, I keep hearing everybody talk about how things are going bad, but nobody's offering me solutions. Nobody's telling me that this is what they would do having been given the opportunity. I believe the last time he said this was Friday, Saturday, and in a public announcement where he said, you know what? No, come on, guys. Everybody's talking about how terrible it is. Everybody's talking about how I shouldn't or I didn't. But I don't see them telling me what they would do if being given the chance. Is he right?
I don't think he's right, and I don't think he's serious.
Okay.
You see, when you are a president of a country, you need to be open to hearing people's views. But every time he's told things are not good, he's telling us that he's praying to God to open our eyes, because everything is okay. It's just that the problem is our eyes. So therefore, he's not capable of listening to us. And maybe, unless something is stirring up in his hornet, I think he's still not yet ready to listen to us. If I was in his shoes, I should actually agree that things are bad. And I should therefore invite people, or invite technocrats, or invite everybody who cares. I tell you, look, I've told him that when the young people are saying they want to talk to you, make time and they talk to you and listen to them. So when Kenyans are telling him, SHA is not working, education is not working, let me ask you, where have you had a school term begin and is about to end this October, and capitation has not been disbursed? When? We've not seen that before. So those are things that affect ordinary Kenyans. Kenyans whose children can't go to school, who will feel it. In fact, I wish he covered some of those things, because then not so many people would hear. But if a local person in the village is feeling the pinch, the capitation has not been paid for his or her child, then it can only be that everybody is feeling something somewhere. So it's not health, it's not education, it's not the economy, it's not they tell us, oh, the dollar is doing better than when they found it.
Yeah, come on.
Wait a minute.
Some of the things that he's telling us, can they be disproven? He said, you know what, 2.5 years ago, the dollar was at 160 shillings. $1 to 160 shillings. He's also come out and said that, reserves are at 10 billion Kenya shillings. He's reserves. Was it $10 billion? Cool. Is it dollars? Anyway, dollars. $10 billion in terms of reserves for Kenya. He said, we've sorted out this housing thing. People are owning houses. They've never owned them before. You'll allow me to finish the list before you laugh. He said, we have a robust, in fact, just this last week, we have a robust education system. Incomparable to many in the world. Our health system is phenomenal. I went to New York and they told me that such things don't exist in many countries around the world. I'm paraphrasing, but this is what he said. Is it possible that you can believe this and it's different from the situation that's on the ground? What would be wrong?
You see, the beauty is he's saying that he went to New York and he was told. But when he comes to Kenya, he says, you people are complaining. So if he wants to listen to people in New York, that's a different story. Let him listen to the people who feel it. I don't know which education he's talking about, because I hope we know that the lecturers in public universities are paralyzed right now.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Yeah? Primary schools are paralyzed right now. There's no money. So I don't know which education we're talking about. So if you're talking about SHA, I can only hear scandals. I can only hear ghost hospitals being paid. So again, we don't hear people saying, look, it's better. In fact, people think NHIF was working. They don't even know why it was turned off or it was changed. So again, it's a question of not being in sync with the rest of us. Maybe he's enjoying in his ivory tower there and everything's working. But everything's working for him. The power doesn't go out. Water supply doesn't go out. So he's okay. But the rest of Kenyans are suffering with the power outages, suffering with shortages, roads that are not working. The other day there was some small rain here and a number of people were not able to get to their houses. So those are our usual problems. So he is free to think differently from us, but he should also allow us to think differently from him, because certainly what we are feeling and what he's feeling are two different things.
There's something that he's consistently said, and that keeps speaking in my mind. And just a follow-up to what Undu was asked. So, on several occasions, the president has said, look, now when we're talking about matters of the economy, we need to live within our means. That's one. Then there is the reality of what they found in the bank accounts. There was no money. There was mismanagement. Then regarding the scandals that we keep hearing from Shah and the rest, and what all these are exposing, is because he's put systems in place that are now highlighting what was already going on and what has been going on. So it doesn't necessarily reflect the fact that it is his administration's failure. It is as the systems are then telling us, look, this is how money was being siphoned. This is, with the case of Shah, it's very impractical then to figure out, okay, how then do you excuse that? Because there was no Shah. He's the one who brought in Shah. But generally speaking, that's what he's been saying. And he's saying, look, I will take the risk of not being popular, but fix this country. So to him, this is the risk.
I hear you, but I also don't agree with what I'm hearing in terms of the challenges. It's not true that there are systems in place any different from what they were. EACC is still the same. It's just that now transparency, of course, with the 2010 constitution are things that you can't take away from Kenyans. Having said that, what we want perhaps to him to understand is that it's not about what he says. It's what translates on the ground. Because if things are working well, even he should be the last person to say anything, because he should be telling people, you come, tell me, are you able to access this? Are you able to get services whenever you approach a county hospital or whatever? The point is that if we're talking about counties are starved of resources. Some counties have not even paid their salaries for the last 3-4 months. And you can't blame them. You blame the fact that they are not getting capitation, they're not getting their fair share of the budget and so on. So at the end of it all, what we are saying is that he will talk about what he thinks is happening. But we will also keep telling him that, no, where we are sitting, things are not that good. And he had better hear until he knows that actually we were saying it, but he was not hearing it. Because at the end of the day, he is somewhere where he believes everything is okay. He must keep on hearing others saying, wait a minute. It is not what you think it is or what you believe it is. And having said that, of course, the president also should be the one who steps back a bit and listens to advice, but I don't think that is one thing that he consumes well. Like
he's surrounded by advisors. Yes. I mean, we have an entire
and
group
there are
of
many.
folks.
In fact, there are more than the cabinet ministers.
Yeah, there's 24 if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, but I don't think he consumes that advice. No, you don't see the evidence that this advice being generated and being consumed.
Or could it also be like, probably there's always this argument that you get to that seat of power and the people who surround you then control what you're hearing. Could it also be a case of, fine, you have these advisors, but they're actually not telling the truth? So he's being misled.
It can not this guy, not this president. No, not this president. No. This guy is sharp. He's present. This man is not. I mean, there's nothing you can say that this president is being misled about. No, he's present. He's with it. He's in control. He's in charge. No doubt about it. The point being you're making is this: that if you look at Shah is his own idea. If you look at affordable housing, those are his ideas.
No. They're carry on from the Big Four agenda. Big Four agenda had universal health care coverage. Big Four agenda had housing as one of the tenets, one of the Big Four.
I keep telling people that President Ruto hasn't just happened in Kenya. He was the deputy president of this country. You can't tell me that what Uhuru was doing, he didn't know. No. He's been around that public space for a while. So he knows what is good for us and what is not good for us. So it depends on what he wants to. Again, he has blamed the previous regime for things. Even this one, let him blame them for sure, but he's the one who has implemented it. At least that's what we know. Affordable housing, we know that the previous regime never managed to build a single house. They had lofty plans, but they never did it. He has done it. So whatever the case, let him own what is happening. I'm not sure he's disowning it. What we just want him to know is that perhaps he needs to have a sense that what he believes is happening and what Kenyans are saying are at variance. And that's a good idea, because even he needs to learn so that he can be able to listen or to change. But that's if he wants to change or if he believes he's on a wrong path. But I can tell you for sure that the president believes he's in the right path and he's pursuing it without any breaks. And that's fine, because he says he's ready to be unpopular, whatever it means. He's also ready to defend himself in 2027. So he knows what he's doing.
But I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused, Doc.
Yes.
The children who will not sit exams, for example, for lack of money, there are many in Kenya today. They always make up part of the statistic after the results of when the cabinet secretary comes and makes announcements of results. There is a number of students who for some reason or another are ungraded, and they're ungraded for several reasons. Either they were sick or they did not pay or something, but they're all lumped up into that category of ungraded. You can't tell me that you can't see that's currently happening. The number of people who would want to go to hospital but they can't do that because they don't have money. You can't tell me that you are unaware of that situation. So you can't, or that you can't see that. There's time for PR, and I think we all have an element of PR in us. We want to do something, so I give you a top layer appearance that everything is okay. But there's a time where the truth will knock the wind out of you. And it is not conjured, it is not make-believe, it's the truth of the situation. And I often say that no government has any business doing anything outside of ensuring that the livelihood of its people are protected first then you can go on to these other grand and lofty ideas or things. Is it possible that these things are not seen? These advisors that we speak about, or these folks who keep fanning the flame, singing the choruses in the choir, even though they sing, even if they fan, is it not clear what is happening?
It's not clear, or if it's clear, people who are close to the issues choose to ignore that clarity. But as I was listening to you, I keep going back to the philosophers, and I keep thinking about the purpose of government. And what you've just said, Machiavelli would have been very happy if he saw our president, because he is really the epitome of what Machiavelli advised. And remember, Machiavelli's advice to leaders was they should not always do what people want, but they should appear to be doing what people want. And therefore, if you say you are, if they tell you they're religious, you appear to be religious, but be far from religion, as it were. So when you're looking at some of these developments, you need to look at them as choices that people make. Whether you are, in the US and you're looking at Trump, or whether in this country and you're looking at our president, they're making choices and they're deciding to ride on a certain horse, and they want to ride on it. Whether people are with them or not, it does not matter, because they have some end that they want to achieve, and the means to it does not matter. So for me, it's a question of, does he have an agenda? Does he believe? And I think he does. He believes that there's somewhere he wants to take this country. Is he taking it there? Of course, everything he's saying is targeted and is on purpose in terms of what he wants. But is it the best thing for this country? The results that we are seeing are questioning that. I mean, if you take the issue of affordable housing, it's a lofty good idea. But who cares? People here are about basics. Yeah, they're not about, I need a house. They're asking you, just make sure that my children can go to school. Just make sure that I'm able to have a facility. They're telling you we can even learn under a tree, but just make sure we have books and make sure we have teachers. So there are things that we must pursue. If you tell people in Northeast and you want to build for them schools, permanent schools, that is a good idea, but they are saying we are nomadic, we want to move. You just make sure that every time we move, we are able to have access to education, we are able to have access to textbooks and teachers and so on. So at the end of the day, are we context specific? Are we able to meet our people at their point of need, or are we having a lofty idea that is not working? The other day I saw a quote from the president saying that he went to Japan and he was wondering why things work in Japan. Now you say you went to New York and you told things that, no, please. Don't tell us about Japan. Things work for them. Don't tell us about New York. Things work for them. What does it mean for us here? Are things working for us?
Those are good questions that we can now throw in the direction of the Senator for the Republic of Kenya from the county of Murang'a. John Yuto is here at 8:25. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. And sorry, I got caught up in traffic. I didn't know that that the bypass can be nasty in the morning. But anyway, I thank God that I'm here. They say better late than never.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad that you're here, because we're taking a look at what's happening around the country, and that unfortunately quite too many things are happening for us to then only be focused on the politics of the day. But then one particular question, and we started out the same question for Dr. Olo this morning, and then also then coming in your direction, that we're asking, okay, well, there's been a lot of criticism of President William Ruto's government. There have been many things that have been said, but he's come out over the last couple of days and he said, you know what? Everybody's been castigating and criticizing about the work that we do, or saying that we don't do enough. But I've never heard anybody give or offer the solutions or a way in which they would do things differently.
Thank you. That's a very good question. But the first thing I would want to say is that President Ruto is not the first president of Kenya. There have been, 4 presidents before him. And I think for me, if I were him, the question I would ask myself is, why is criticism of my government, my policies at that very high level in only about 3 years since I was sworn in? But that having been said and done, I mean, it's important that we put it clear that, when people go for elections, they have different manifestos. You are only able to implement your manifesto once you are elected. And so President Ruto cannot tell those criticizing him to say what they would do or how they would do things differently. But anyway, ideas have been there, and those of us that belong to that side that opposes him have said that we have many ideas. We have said that if, for example, we want to revamp the economy, to make money circulation, come back again. I mean, we would, for example, want to pay the pending bills, because this is what is tying a lot of money that is, would ideally be circulating in the country. We have said that there's a problem with affordable housing. And we have said that this is a program and a project that has raided Kenyans, especially payslip holders, a lot of money, through a housing levy. And President Ruto did not market affordable housing as one that was going to be brought about by a levy. Because you remember at one time he said that this particular idea was very progressive and good, and that if you did not want to get a house, after about 5 years, then you could be able to recap your savings. But then it turned out that what was passed in Parliament was a housing levy, not a housing fund. Now a levy is a tax. And so those of us on this other side, we are saying that we are going to abolish a housing levy.
Okay.
And the housing levy. And anyway, we also have an idea what we can do about this affordable housing is, fine, we cannot go back. The houses that we have been able to construct so far, well and good, can we now use the proceeds that we will get better? Because remember, these houses are for sale.
Right.
Can we be able to use these proceeds now to put up the next phase without taxing Kenyans? Can we abolish this housing levy now and to make it a revolving fund, that what we have, we will be able to get from the sale of the houses that we have been able to put up so far, then we can use the same, and that continues now after we sell and build new houses. We have said, for example, that abductions and killings are something that we would stop immediately.
But is it all on him? And I'm going to ask this question with an example.
Yes.
Senator.
Yes.
Your colleagues.
Yes.
Just a couple of days ago, your colleagues in the Senate, in the Oversight Board, were in Kakamega.
Yes.
Senator Boni Khalwale,
yes.
Senator Winfred Abuti, the chairman of that committee, they were all in Kakamega. And we see this White Elephant project. It is easily the largest proposed hospital in Kenya. It's bigger than Kenyatta National Hospital. Bigger in terms of size. It's a monstrosity of a project. But you know what? It's already looking like it might lie fallow. Billions of shillings has been thrown into that project. Senators were asking questions about what's happening here. The thing has already started to be vandalized. And the people who are paying money, the people who are receiving the money for payment of these projects are unable to answer questions as per where did money go. Unable to say the hundreds of millions of shillings that have been put into this project down the drain. And also Senator Richard Onyonka was there as well. So the question comes to mind that we keep saying you set the tone from the top, right? There are so many things that seem to be going. Easily billions of shillings have gone into that hospital, which could serve the people of Kakamega County as well as neighboring counties. That's just one example. Such a thing where we see billions that could go towards making things work. Do we send it back to the president and say, you see, this is what's happening under your watch? Mind you, a project that started while Governor Oparanya was the governor of the county. So we put a lot back to the president, but look at all these other things that happen maybe when his finger is not there, or is it actually there?
Well, we cannot excuse anybody for corruption. And we know that there's corruption in counties. But that does not make our criticism of President Ruto does not, give the governors and county governments, a blank check to corrupt. We are condemning corruption. But you know, even in counties and other government departments. But you know what? I mean, the biggest chunk of the national, GDP, if you may, the national cake, remains at the center, which is the national government.
Okay.
And most of the policies affecting, I mean, if you talk about hospitals, for example, the example you're giving in Kakamega, fine, that's about putting up the structures and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, SHA, which is President Ruto's, I would say, project. At the end of the day, we have many problems, so that even the counties that are not, engaging in this kind of that level of corruption, I mean, genuine claims, I can tell you, are not being paid by SHA. Which is why, for example, RUFA has suspended, services in the hospitals for patients covered under SHA. So at the end of the day, we have to look at the bigger picture, because again, you see, once counties put up these hospitals, at the end of the day, SHA will still have, being the national health cover for many people, will still have to be called out to pay, genuine claims. Because it's a very funny situation that we find ourselves in, that genuine claims are not being paid, while actually fraudulent and fictitious claims are being paid. And we know that we have lost about 10 billion. And you know what, again? The whistleblowers about that corruption have now actually even not been shortlisted for the jobs. Meaning that there's protection from the top. That's not about counties. So what we are saying is, where corruption happens at counties, we are going to condemn it. And everybody should be brought to book. But we must remember that the biggest percentage remains at the national government level. And that's why most of the criticism is leveled on President Ruto. And remember, it's not just about development. When you're talking about human rights, how many counties are violating human rights? How many county askaris, for example, have killed people or abducted people? When we are talking about the economy generally, if you ask counties, why have you not settled your pending bills? They'll tell you that that disbursement is yet to happen from the treasury. So at the end of the day, most of the problems that bedevil this country can be directly attributed to the center, which is the national government.
I have a question, and it's to both of you, but I'll start with Dr. Olo. What Senator is saying, is it a case, and I'm just trying I'm trying to look at something here. So there's a report that was released by the EACC, and this report is about the fertilizer scandal. And what is now emerging is that, so what the report then is revealing is details of how cartels scuttled cheap fertilizer plan. So here's a government that comes in and says, look, we are keen on looking at the issues of farmers. And one of the issues is fertilizer. There's the question of subsidies and all that. But let us see how we can fix this. So the government goes ahead and has this ambitious plan of fertilizer subsidy program, which again, like the SHA we're talking about, is the centerpiece of President William Ruto's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. So what is then revealed here is that it was hijacked by cartels and unscrupulous traders who exploited. Now, our attention here is exploiting loopholes in the system. So, as it was rolled out, what EACC is saying is that because of weak systems, it opened the door for manipulation, fraud, and supply of substandard fertilizer that left thousands of farmers exposed. So are we dealing with an issue where you have a good government plan, you're trying to set up a system in place, but because, like what former president said the other day, you're bringing in something that has not been tried and tested, then it opens up room for these cartels and people, corrupt individuals, then to exploit the system. And then at the end of the day, it then waters down the essence of why we were coming up with this great fertilizer subsidy program. Is this a classic example rolling into now other areas where we are seeing it may not necessarily be the issue that right from the start the intention was not good, but the systems.
This is fertilizer. We have not talked about the oil, where our good friend Moses Kuria was the cabinet secretary. Generally, what you are saying is that there is a typical way in which things are happening in this regime. Businessmen are sitting where decisions are being made, or their proxies are sitting where the decisions are being made. So as soon as decisions have been made, they have information and they can therefore procure or access resources and access those tenders. So what happened in fertilizer, again, somebody paid, Mythical Inturi paid for it, was not a very distant thing from the inside of government. No. This is people who knew what was happening. These are people who were part of the, the decision making, and eventually were also part of the importation. A few of their friends messed them up, yes, by now mixing this with other things. But the point is that if we wanted to supply fertilizer, there are enough channels in this country, including the National Cereals and Produce Board, a Aseto that is open. There are enough farmers cooperatives around that can deal with that. So KTD, and there are many. So, and one would have said, and maybe let me make this point, that farming is one of those bedrocks of Rift Valley. And I would have thought that the president would be the first person to make sure that farmers, especially in Rift Valley, get fertilizer and get produce out there and actually build the bread basket. And that would be expected of anybody. When Kibaki was in power, one of the things he did was to help coffee farmers, tea farmers, because he knew these were his people who had an economy to run. So I would have thought that in this case you'd say, okay, maize farming is very important. I will make sure fertilizer reaches the people and actually people make money by boosting their production. That never happened. It was the biggest shame that where your people are actually very interested, you would not care enough to make sure that they can actually have genuine fertilizer so that they can genuinely produce and then also sell their goods for a better price. So here is, you don't want to blame it. And let's face this, Dennis and Lou and Mike and Mashimohi. A business person seeing a business opportunity will always go for it. So if you say there are loopholes, and I've seen it, I'll take it. It's like a football match. You don't score against a wall of people. You look for that opportunity where you can pass the goal. So business people were okay. If government systems were not in place, take advantage of them. They are businessmen. They are not askaris. They are not systems guardians. But I don't think that in this case we are talking about business people. We are simply talking about people inside helping people outside to access tenders and to make money. Some who have no record. We have seen companies that have registered today. They have been given tenders tomorrow, and they are supplying hot air. They're even being getting paid before they supply. So we've seen that happen in this country. And it's a shame, because what we are doing is not even business. That's simply pilferage. That's simply corruption.
So, Senator, is the system rigged from the very onset?
We have problems with systems in this country. And I know we are talking about fertilizer for this case, but if I take you back a bit, you remember that we procured a system, the SHA system, at a cost of 104 billion. This is a system that cannot be able to detect the loss of about 10 billion Kenya shillings. So, but when you look at it, what does it mean? I mean, why was it brought about in the first place? It was brought about because somebody somewhere was interested in the 104 billion. And we have had IT experts tell us that we could have been able to procure that system at something, at a cost of under 1 billion. And so we need to ask ourselves, I mean, why do we have these loopholes? And when they're there, are they deliberately there? Because I think, like Dr. is saying, I mean, why have we not seen prosecution in this particular case of fertilizer? Business people exploiting those loopholes. And who are they? And why I want to contend that there is prevention, protection from the top. And I've given you an example of is it one Rotich, who was a whistleblower at SHA, and now they will not be given a job. So you could find, I have not read that story, but you could find that this case of business people exploiting the loopholes in the distribution of fertilizer is kind of the same thing, that there are people who are protected, people who have connections at the top. Because like the good Dr. is saying, I mean, we have systems.
So are these business people, sorry to interrupt, are these business people, just to follow your train of thought?
Yes.
Because I just brought this up as a point of entry to look at a question of loopholes then and weaknesses within a system that has been set. And we're seeing this in education. We have dealt with ghost schools, where a lot of money has gone to schools that do not exist.
Yes.
You find a school is supposed to be here, but it's a bush. We are seeing the same thing with hospitals. We are seeing money going into hospitals that do not, again, either exist or do not even offer the kind of services that the money then is getting to the accounts for. We are seeing this in agriculture. So we're trying then to raise a question here of, you're seeing the different areas, institutions and industries that are affected, where you have technology, you've got systems in place. In the example of this fertilizer conversation, there was the digital registration of farmers under the Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System. And for some reason, we always have this very big, wordy terminologies to describe these systems, and they cost a lot of millions and billions. But is it one systemic? And when you talk about business, because I was trying to follow your train of thought on this, are we having people, like Okoh was saying, people are sitting somewhere where these decisions are being made, and so you have people in business, in education, who have an interest in health, who have an interest in agriculture, and other sectors just waiting and timing for these things to be set up, and then they're making money through the back channels.
Yeah, it's a case of, bending the rules. The systems are there, Dennis. You have mentioned education, for example. Why would a school that is not non-existent, for example, receive capitation? I mean, before a school is registered, because I want to believe that any school that receives capitation is registered by the Ministry of Education. Before it is registered, and because this is my area, I understand it very well. I mean, there has to be an inspection report from the county, director of quality and assurance. Quality and assurance standards officer. I mean, there is an inspection, and an inspection report also made by the public health officer in the county. And then the CEB, currently, that is the County Education Board, will sit down and approve registration of such a school. So if there is a particular school, for example, that is reported to have received fraudulently any capitation, then you have officers you can bring to book immediately. I mean, yes. Okay. Where is the director of education in the county? Do you know this school? Why, I mean, who registered this school? I mean, systems are there. But the problem is, if I'm the director of education in Murang'a County, and I know that a particular non-existent school is receiving capitation fraudulently, but I know it is associated with somebody who is very high, he is connected at very high levels, I will not speak. Because if I do, just like Rotich, the whistleblower, then I could also end up losing my job.
Or lose your life.
Or even my life.
Okay.
So and that is the problem. Protection from high up, high up there.
Okay, so then one would ask the question, because I find myself wondering often that we go over this all the time. I mean, close your eyes and stick a finger in the wind and you would land on something that is an issue. And yet, we have a body of 67, 47 each at the county, 20 nominated senators, whose essential job it is to do this thing that we're talking about. To oversight and to ensure that either a precedent is set and that we don't see this kind of criminality that we speak of. I still go back to Kakamega because the pictures are so clear in my mind. And one of the things that Senator Muma, who's also there, said, she said, you know what, that she talked about systems in place to ensure, and then there must be a chain of command, and that we're here to find out who it was. But then finding out who it was beyond that means that we're going to call people out and people must answer and that people must bear the responsibility. But Senator Newton, we don't see these things happening, unfortunately. We see the sitting of the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate every week, sitting, talking to governor after governor after governor. And then we complain about the same things day after day after day.
Yes.
Is there a fear? The fear that you speak of for people to whistle blow or to actually make people accountable. Is there a fear from this top that you've also alluded to that stops that very job for which people are elected from being done?
What happens in Parliament, for example? I mean, and we do investigations, and you have cited a good example of the County Public Accounts Committee and sometimes County Public Investments Committee. Sitting, even inviting governors to come and explain some expenditure and many things that happen, especially following reports of the Auditor General and the Control Budget. Mm-hmm. But you see, Parliament can only make recommendations. Parliament cannot, for example, prosecute somebody. Mm-hmm. So once we make recommendations, for example, once we realize that there was a corrupt dealing somewhere in the county or in any particular county, we make recommendations. But then it is it's incumbent upon now EACC to see to it that such lawbreakers are prosecuted. So the problem is we make our recommendations as Senate or as Parliament, but then the implementation part of it now lies in other offices.
And if that never happens, we go into this endless cycle where we say set the tone from the top. There are institutions that have been put in place to protect it. It doesn't happen. We go into another year where billions of shillings are lost. Not lost, because in order for something to be lost, somebody must have moved it. Somebody is involved in this.
Yeah.
We even know the individuals. We accuse them. In a political arena, we talk about them. But for some reason, brick and mortar doesn't allow us, or fear. I'm going to go with the fear because it seems that seems to be the thing that precludes these things from being wrapped up. It doesn't happen, Senator. It doesn't happen. Nobody has been prosecuted. So even the people who've been prosecuted and sentenced are running for parliament and being elected.
Yes, it's quite frustrating, and I understand actually that frustration, and we also get very frustrated. But then I think we also have somewhere a problem also at the judiciary, because at the end of the day, I mean, even those with the prosecutorial powers or those who can take people to court, I mean, at the end of the day, you take them to court. I mean, you have no power to determine the bail terms that they are going to receive. That then lies with the judiciary. And then, sometimes to determine, to hear and make a determination about a case, sometimes it takes ages. So that even those that are really following it up, if you, for example, you're talking about parliamentarians, some of these cases could outlast or outlive even some members of parliament who had that particular matter. So I think it's something that we also need to discuss and to persuade the judiciary also first to see to it that these cases are dealt with promptly, and that we also look at, we do not want to tell the judiciary what to do because it's independent. But sometimes you, as a layman, legally, I mean, Dr. Law will tell you, I mean, somebody prosecuted, I mean, somebody facing charges of having corrupted hundreds of millions, getting bail terms of about 2 million. I mean, that does not discourage, it's not a deterrent at all. I mean, does not discourage anybody who has such plans. Otherwise, if I have no morals, and I know once I steal 200 million, the bill terms will be about only 2 million.
I'll save the money for
I'll see.
Yeah. So tell us, I want to ask a question here, because here we are and we're saying that we're going in this endless cycle, and it's easy to blame the president. I think so. It's great. It's great target practice. But look at these cases that we speak of today. And there are things that are happening, and under the cover of daylight, as it were. There's no darkness here. It's happening in broad daylight, and it seems to be allowed. It's an endless cycle of impunity, corruption, and the president is easy target, which, many would say in some cases it is accepted blame or necessary blame. But it seems as though there is something else that stops this thing from being desystemized. there's a fox in the hen house.
You see, he ended up on a good note, particularly when you say, what is our morality here? I mean, if thieving is not punishable enough, if I'm not going to be ostracized for stealing, if I'm going to be elected and people know I am a thief, then we should not blame ourselves. We should just accept that we are at a point where we don't know what is wrong from what is right. Because how many people today have holding offices whose track record could be questioned, including even academic, they have forged academic papers. You know, what kind of theft would you be talking about? So we are saying that we are also as a society at a point where we are the lowest in terms of our own accountability, in terms of how we hold each other to account and so on. The ordinary Kenyan is not to blame.
Okay.
The president is not the only one to be blamed for ourselves. In fact, he's also part of us in terms of he reflects us as well. So what we should be saying is that, and I want to tell Mheshimiwa that, you know, again, we've said in our constitution that bail is a right. So it really depends on how you argue a case, but you should be given, remember, you're still innocent until you go through the process.
Right.
And you're right, some of these processes take longer and so on. But at some times also, like, and I don't know about the case of Kakamega, but I know a number of cases where people have shouted wolf. There's a case I was involved in, involving some public entity, where an investor went and took a loan, built, and it's reported that the government lost money, and the people are prosecuted until several years later, the case is dropped. Useless, malicious prosecution. That has also happened. Sometimes we shout wolf when there's no wolf, so that when actually the wolf is around, it ends up doing the damage that we had not anticipated. So I think that as a country, we have a lot of things to do. Yes, the judiciary can be called to be stronger. Yes, the practice can be called to be better. Yes, the people who are investigating and deciding whether to charge or not should also do a better job. But again, it's not for want of laws and want of institutions in this country. I think we have enough. ESEC, DCI, I don't know who, everybody's including a parliament and so on. Where is our commitment to ensure that we do not allow wrongs to continue unpunished? If I was the president, I would not be complaining that people are blaming me. I would say, look, I caught one, I fixed one case here. Look, here it is, a fellow is behind bar. Okay, Obado's case is up and apart. It's still here and there. I hope that people can also feel that there is a situation where somebody who has actually been caught in this can also forfeit their whatever. So it's a good case somewhere there. There are a few sporadic things here and there, but we need more of them so that we can see it, that it is punishment. And no, it is wrong. You will be penalized for violating.
But Dr. there was a time in this country where if a court pronounced itself over a matter, and if the story is splashed in the dailies or it's reported in the news, or you actually attend court and you hear that a magistrate or a judge is sitting and they're giving a ruling over an issue, or even a court order, they were very respected, and there was this fear that if you would try to avoid, in all circumstances, to go to courts. But today, it almost feels like actually the court is the go-to place. Let's wrap everything up. Let's just go to court, because it almost feels like if you hear the court pronouncing itself and maybe even issuing an order. This morning, I was reading a story, and we've been talking about this, where a court will issue an order, and people will not care to follow. They don't respect the court anymore. People don't follow court orders. We've even had people in government who served in the previous government, I don't want to mention names, where they were publicly quoted saying, look, there are too many court orders that are coming into my office. I don't have time to read all of them. As a matter of fact, I throw them in the dustbin. This is a court order thrown into a dustbin.
And I know that, and perhaps let's also call a spade a spade.
Yes.
I think the Ruto regime began a process that is taking us down the line. Because during Kibaki's time, we never had any court order, or even during Moi. And by the way, Moi, for all that you can criticize him for, he never disobeyed the law. If he had a problem, he changed the law. Like Section 2A, he changed it. So for all that he did, he ruled by the law, not necessarily rule of law. But when you say the court order is not what you want to put in a dustbin, that is a wrong message. Because what you are saying is that you are above the law, which is not the case. We are all under the law, whether the president, who, every one of us should be able, and that's how order is created, that's how prosperity is assured. I know we're running out of time. Mheshimiwa should say something on this also.
Thank you. But talking about respect for judicial officers and the orders that they sometimes issue, I think for me it's a double-edged sword. That sometimes most of these judicial officers, and I hope they don't keep grudges. Sometimes also the way they behave. I looked at, for example, and forgive me for bringing this around. I mean, when the deputy president Rigathi Gachagua was impeached, and he went to court. I mean, there was a long case. I'm not a lawyer, but a long case. Because they wanted. I mean, Rigathi Gachagua wanted the judges to recuse themselves for some reasons, but these judges insisted on staying on, and at the end of the day gave a ruling that was not favorable to him. I'm not saying that they were supposed to give a ruling that was favorable to him, but surely for me as a citizen, I would be like, if somebody thinks that they do not want me to hear their case, even if they have no reason for it, I'm not the only judicial officer.
Right.
Surely,
someone else.
From a moral standpoint, and to show and prove to everybody that I'm not biased. If you do not want me to hear your case, sincerely speaking, why would I insist on hearing your case and at the end of the day give a judgment that is not favorable? I mean, legally we may not be able to challenge that, but morally, and you will be. I mean, so when such judges now give orders, I mean, you feel persuaded as a common mwananchi to think that this is not a fair order. And so I think judges also need to rise above some petty issues like that. But then I agree totally with and associate myself fully with the sentiments by Dr. Okoh that nobody should ever disregard a court order. Even if you feel that it was not given in your favor or issued in your favor, then of course we know that there are the legal remedies. You can go to a higher court and maybe challenge them, but we cannot under any situation excuse defiance of court orders in any way. But just allow me to say something before we exit from that. That the back, we have been talking about things that are happening and why do we blame the president. The buck stops with the president. In fact, I can tell you, because I've been privileged to sit through most of the impeachment proceedings in the Senate. Any governor who is impeached is not impeached because of their direct involvement in some of the things that happen at the counties. It is because they were not able to take action against errant county employees, be they CEOs, CCMs, and that kind of thing. So the President Ruto and any other president who comes after him anyway will not escape the failures, system failures or corruption by their officers, because they are supposed to take action against those officers. And coming back to protection of people who are corrupt at that high level, and why we have this, what disappoints you that we keep singing this song, it's because, I protect you. Because I think, allow me to say, anytime the president or his deputy go dishing out cash in big amounts of money, we should ask ourselves questions. Because I want to believe that these people who are doing corruption and are protected is because they have been told, please see what you can do, because we need about 50 million for this week. So there is a parastato here, there's another one there, because where does this money come from? And yes, and so anytime, and we are agreed that the best president so far in Kenya has been Mwai Kibaki, at least in our lifetime. Some of us may not understand what Kenyatta did, but we are agreed, all of us, including anybody, those in government, those in the opposition, agree that President Kibaki was the best president ever. Now, Kibaki never gave anybody cash. I mean,
and still
the people are not even entertained to visit. Not even from Nyeri. So I think I would want to tell Kenyans, when you see a president, giving out cash, and it is always in cash, never in check. Never in check.
You must ask.
It is a pointer that the president is excusing corruption somewhere and is a beneficiary. He's telling people somewhere, I need 20 million, you get me some 30 million there. And when I'm told, if I'm a parastatal head, to make sure the president gets about 20 million to give in Harambes over the weekend, I will not steal 20 million. I'll steal even 100. And then the president will not point. I mean, yes. So it is very important that the president stops, and his deputy, giving out cash. Otherwise, that's a pointer. Let people have programs that are there in the Constitution, well budgeted for in the national budget, and corruption will be arrested if you do those.
He's Senator from Murang'a County. It's John Yutu in the presence also of Dr. Martin Olo. Thank you both for being here for this conversation. It doesn't end, isn't it?
It doesn't end.
There's a lot of work that still needs to be done, but we're glad to have the conversations with you this morning at 9:03. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. Remember to continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations. That is Berur together with Radio Maisha, and also right here on SpiceFM. Now, just to bring to you is that the governor of the deputy governor of Kakamega County, Ayub Savula, is calling on President William Ruto to make changes in the way in which police officers will be rolled into or recruited during the exercise. While speaking in Shinyalu, he said that it is important to ensure that the process is free of corruption. And moving on is that Nyamweya has called on Kenyans to ensure that they get registered as voters so as to make sure that they make differences come the next election. He says that he is disappointed at the number of youth and Kenyans at large who are actually registering as voters, as the turnout seems to be very low. He is now calling on counties, youth, especially the Gen Z, to come forward and make sure that they register themselves as voters. Police are investigating an incident where an individual who is said to have used 14 bullets to shoot in the air. They continue to question him as they detain him as to why he did so in a public place, in a public place, that is in a club in Eldoret. There was a drama outside the club in Eldoret when this man actually...
Naomba President William Ruto, washa tubadilishe style. Recruitment ya polisi tuchukue.
My apologies for that. The system seems to be acting up. But as I was saying earlier, there was drama outside a club in Eldoret where a man shot into the air in rage after he had been denied entry into the facility. The man, who is a licensed firearm holder, was disarmed and arrested on Sunday morning.
Ili to balance. Bana tuma tu watu Shinyalu hapa wanakimbia kwa uwanja, alafu mtapata wanachukua Shinyalu yote watu wawili watatu. Na mabarua zinapea kule wajumbe Nairobi, wajumbe wanakuja kuuza hizo mabarua za polisi. Hapana. Hatutaki barua zipatiane Nairobi. Watoto wa maskini nao wapate opportunity to serve in the police service by making sure selection is done according to the wards. Iwe balanced. Maneno ya centralization wachana nayo. Na vita yenye IG unayo na Police Service Commission muachane na hiyo.
That was actually Ayub Savula. I had read an earlier story where I was speaking about him calling on President William Ruto's government to work on how the recruitment exercise is actually being done. And I had said earlier that Governor of Trans Nzoia County, George Nyamweya, has urged Kenyans to come out in large numbers and also register as voters. Well, that's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
87.9 Spice FM, Mombasa.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Why?
Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 11 minutes after 9 o'clock, putting things backwards there, getting into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this 5th day of October. And as we continue with that, there are processes that have been taking place, that the process has started over the last couple of days, and that is voter registration. The IEBC is in full gear and saying, let's get into things. But even as we do, there are questions abounding in terms of how it is going to work. And that takes us into our final conversation for this morning. And we're in the company today, whether you're tuned in on our live streams or YouTube, Facebook, and on X, or joining in as our KTN audience today, or wherever it is that you're tuned in on terrestrial radio around the country, the region, and in the world. This is the Situation Room. Ndu and Dennis with you, and we're in the company of Major James Oswago, who is a former IEBC CEO, and he joins us this morning for us to have this conversation. Major Oswago, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good to see you, even as we talk about getting into registration and exactly what it means or pretends when we're looking into a political system that is essentially decided by elections, the necessity of people to come out and put their stamp on this process usually is by registration, and then thereafter voting. So we'll talk about that a little bit, or actually quite a lot, as much as we can as we get into this. But first, we'd like to welcome you with today's proverb. This week's proverbs come from Togo, which is a smaller geographical space in West Africa, colonized by the French and bordering at least on the east and the west by Benin and Ghana. And as we hear what they have to say, we'd love to get your interpretation. A child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother. A child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother.
One of the things I dread most coming here are the proverbs. Because you end up not knowing whether you're right or wrong.
Well, it's the thing about interpretation is that it's your opinion.
A child that no love, a child looks like the mother. Or picks things, you're more or less like your mom.
Yeah.
So you are not in a position to criticize, because that more or less is like what you are. And I think it is like saying you don't blame your mother's cooking. But I also suspect it also says that a child is not that, you don't give children more intelligence than they should have. They can only think up to a certain level. That's why a child who can be critical of the mother's looks and cooking ends up not criticizing.
Shouldn't
I leave it there.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we can pick up quite a lot from that. See why we said an opinion is never wrong.
Yeah.
Because it's yours. Right? Okay, so let's look into this a little bit, shall we? Voter registration and the news that we're getting out of it. Low turnout on IEBC voter registration as it begins, but we're just in the beginning days. Voter registration drives us to a slow start. How and where you can register as a voter. IEBC announces resumption of voter registration from the 29th of September. So today's the 6th of October, coming in from the 29th, about a week or so. And so voter registration has been taking place. As a former IEBC chair, CEO, tell us what this process entails, and as we're trying to say, in order for you to give your opinion or what you think in terms of how leadership will be established in the country, the way you do that is through your vote. And you're not just going to rock up on the second Tuesday of August 2027 and vote without having gone through the process of documentation. And one of those is voter registration. What are we asking folks to do at this period?
In this country, we see voter registration as a distinct program in IEBC's strategic calendar. It is penciled. It is said you'll do it on this date and this date and that date. The thing that is missed, and we should be taking tandem with voter registration, the thing that should be preceding voter registration is called voter education. And the reason why voter education is not done well by IEBC is not IEBC's fault. The fault lies in Parliament. Voter education is a very expensive activity. And I recall many times when you give a voter education program to Parliament, they would slash it up and say this can take 2 days. But why is voter education as an event which should precede voter registration so critical? Number one, people must know why they vote. And voting is not just a mechanical thing. For that to happen, they have to be very conversant with what is in Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution. the article that talks about the sovereignty of the people. Sovereignty of the people is not just kizungumingi. It means a lot. It's, so a voter should be sufficiently exposed and voted and educated to know what actually does it mean to feel and to act as a sovereign in the sovereign force. That requires extensive and very engaging voter education. The reason for that is that there are so many factors that impinge voter education negatively. Now, there are people who don't go to register because they don't see the need for it. And they don't see the need for it because they don't understand the strategic importance of really registering as a power of a vote.
And whose fault is that? If people don't see the importance of registering or don't understand the power of the vote, is this then why voter education must come in to explain to you really how much power you do wield, or then the impact that your vote would have on leadership and governance?
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying the instinctive reaction by the establishment is to look for money and set it aside for IEBC to do voter registration. And I know from experience, IEBC would say, before we do this voter registration, we need a comprehensive voter education program.
Okay.
And a comprehensive voter education program is designed by IEBC, not by the politicians in parliament. One, because IEBC are the experts, and two, because IEBC lives with the consequences. So to make Kenyans understand and own the process and really get involved in registering as voters, they have to first and foremost internalize this thing that we are calling sovereignty of the people. What does it mean when you say you are sovereign? Because you only exercise that sovereignty through voting, not through attending a political rally, not through being a member of a political party. Those are subsidiary things. The real core of sovereignty is when you go to cast your vote. And people should really know what it means, the power that you have when you go to vote. Therefore, the first thing in my view, like IEBC now have rolled out voter education.
Yes.
Voter registration.
Yes.
I don't recall, maybe I'm not very close to the news as you are. I don't recall an extended period that IEBC declared we are going to go for voter education program for 1 month.
Well, I mean, they just got into office. It's been less than 3 months since the new chair and everybody came into place.
Excellent.
That could be the reason being given for it.
Very good. Then the thing that should have happened then, perhaps, is to delay voter registration and start with voter education comprehensively. They will not do that because they know how Parliament will react. But what should happen? Parliament will react.
How?
If you go to Parliament and tell Parliament, voter registration will take, say, 3 billion shillings. And you tell the same Parliament that I'm looking for a budget of 3 billion of voter education to precede that. To them, in the scale in which they see things, they say, no, proceed with voter registration. And you'll proceed with it, and people will come. But invariably, two things happen. One, people will register mechanically because it is something that they have to do. Two, they will not understand the idea of the sovereignty of the vote. Because that is, democracy is nothing if voters don't really realize what that vote means. Because when they understand what sovereignty means, one, it will lead them to vote, two, to register. Then it also informs how they exercise their choices at the ballot box.
So the issue here, I'm catching a drift in this sense that, so there's what IEBC has as a plan. You have your own calendar. So you've scheduled everything, and now everything needs to fall into place. That leads then to the election. So you have to register, you have to do civic education, you have to travel. So there's also a question of logistics beyond all these other things that need to be procured. But then to get the money to do that, there's, of course, the budgeting around voter registration, like what we are currently saying, but then voter education. So you're saying if you're to go then to Parliament, and how then they see things is they will say, okay, let's give you money for registration, but they will not necessarily care about the voter education part of it.
It's not that they don't care.
They don't see value in it.
They don't valorize it. It's that they give it a low valuation. To them, because money is limited, they would rather spend the money in voter registration rather than spending money in voter education. And it's not civic education, it's more than civic education, because a proper voter education program, one, it's something that is continuous. Two, is engaging people at the personal level, okay? Not only that they are conversant with the laws of the land, but they're also conversant with the power that they wield. A vote is a very powerful instrument, but if not wielded properly, it's not of much use. So what we want are voters who, one, are aware of their power, number one. Then influence those voters, persuade those voters to go and register. Once they're aware of their power, they will register on their own locomotion. You will do very little. So you need to spend more time in voter education, spend more money in voter education, engage with people, not only for them to understand the Constitution and for them to understand the relevant laws and legislation, but for them to understand the power that inheres in a vote.
So it seems to me there's a correlation between the two, but I don't know. I'm just thinking. So currently what we have, the latest numbers, I don't know about today, but last week what we were seeing as the numbers, IBC was saying, look, we are getting very low turnout, especially from the Gen Zs. They're not really turning out in the numbers they expected to register in the different centers. Then the argument here is, so your voter registration, then pursue voter education. In your, what should then come first, number one? Is it voter education, then register these people that you've already educated? And secondly, part two of this question is, how much of voter education happens between elections compared to right before an election like what we have now? We can quote-unquote call, though it's not official, we are already in an election fever. And so we are doing all these programs right now. But how much of it then, which is the part two of my question, should then happen between the elections? After this has happened, let's start thinking of continuous programs instead of waiting until we're close to another election to do it.
The answer to your question is, we can give the longer one. Let me give the summarized one. Number one, Article 88 of the Kenyan Constitution provides that there will be continuous voter registration. Continuous voter registration in Article 88 is listed as part of the 11 tasks or constitutional mandate of IEBC. Now, there is continuous voter registration, there's periodic voter registration. You go to the Regular Commission report, and Regular Commission report looked at these two, continuous voter registration and periodic voter registration. And the Regular Commission report expended a lot of effort and a lot of ingenuity and skill in saying which one is which and which one is recommended. Cutting a long story short, the Regular Commission recommended preferred periodic voter registration. It said this continuous thing is not very productive. Continuous voter registration means if you walk into an IEBC office today, you should be registered, with or without voter education. It's a function which you walk into their office, they should. Periodic voter registration is what they're doing now. Now it is done as a complement to what is constitutionally mandated, isn't it? But what are they doing now? They have put a calendar and they're doing voter registration now because it is a calendar-driven event, and also because the Constitution asks them to do it regularly. I've told you that Regular Commission recommended against that, but this is the new Constitution. Now, we are confronting the reality of what the Regular Commission had seen. So now you said Gen Zs are not voting as enthusiastically. Are not registering as enthusiastically as you would want them to register. And the reason you are saying so is you've looked at the population register and you said there are so many Gen Zs and this is how many of them. And you think this turnout is lackadaisical, this turnout is indifferent, and you are unsatisfied, okay? But have you engaged with Gen Zs? Have you really engaged with them on a continuous basis so that they understand as you make this transition from being a student to now an adult citizen? Because Article 83 of the Kenyan Constitution says, for you to vote, you must be an adult citizen. Right? So you can be Gen Z who is not yet an adult, but it's of no use to you until now you can register. So now you are telling them this activism that you have must now transit from mere activism to actual voting. So you need to engage with them. Before you blame them that they are not registering, have you really engaged with them?
And that's why I asked, should voter education come first before voter registration?
It must come first. Voter education, not only chronologically fast, but it should come first in a much more substantive manner. We should spend more resources in terms of voter education than perhaps even in voter registration itself. Because if you spend more money, more resources, more time in voter education, the net effect would be an increase in voter registration.
But now that's what is not happening currently.
It's not happening because voter education today is not being done, in my view, as it should be done.
Is this an understanding? Because the body then that is tasked to do this is the IEBC. There is no other body in Kenya, as far as Kenya is concerned, that would carry out voter education. And I mean, the importance of it is not lost on us. We can see why it's necessary to do that. But then one would ask, what would it entail? What would a voter education program look like? What would you be educating on and around? And what would it cost? Would it be more expensive?
Very expensive.
Voter registration?
Very expensive.
What would it entail?
Number one, a voter education program is designed by IEBC in consultation with the civil society and everybody else. It's not just IEBC sitting internally and designing it. So a proactive and proper voting education is one that IEBC designs, discusses with the civil society and everybody else, then they agree on it. And even now implementing it also requires IEBC itself in conjunction with that other larger society. So you facilitate them to do it in their own level, but you also do it yourself. It means going to schools. It means finding space where you can talk to these people. It means getting feedbacks from them and also hearing from them. Some of the reason why there is voter apathy is because of disenchantment with the political process. Now, people have to be disabused to that. You have to talk to people that you don't refuse to register as a protest because you are dissatisfied with the political system. if you're dissatisfied with the political process, the greater the reason for you to register so that you can fashion it and change it. It means engaging with the people. It means taking time and talking to them and getting the feedback. IEBC, from my own experience in IEBC, has the experience. IEBC has a whole department of voter education, a whole directorate.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very frustrating thing trying to convince people with the money that you want this, and then they tell you, no. You want voter education and voter registration, go ahead with voter registration. So, in short, we will have to spend more resources and more time in voter education to get the result that we want to get from the voter registration. Otherwise, you will get this lackadaisical registration that we don't want.
Are people registering just to vote because it sounds like it's the flavor of the month come every August, every 5 years? That sounds like something that you ought to do. Or do we see that people are vested in the process to understand the transition between your vote and leadership or governance? How would you place people, Kenyans?
Correct. You see, as it is today, it's a mechanical thing. It is a calendar-driven event. That is what is being done now. And I've got time, let me go and do it. I've got extra time, let me go and do it. But this is not something that you really want to leave other pressing issues to go and do. All right. Now, for it to achieve the importance that we are saying, you need to engage people and tell them the vote matters. And it matters in this sense and that sense. It matters when you want to change. It matters when you want the status quo to continue. But whatever the case, you have a role to play. Not in attending political rallies, not in being a member of a political party, but in actually going out there and voting. You see, we are lucky in this country that we don't have a lot of inhibitions to the voter registration process. In other places, a lot of things are put on the way to inhibit voter registration. You know, things which are put to, like what they call voter suppression in America. You know, in the place like the US, today, political parties and leading politicians are out of their way to inhibit voter registration, you know, by many other things, all right? But in Kenya, that is not there. So the only thing we have is to enable, to empower people to go and register. My view is that we will not get the results that we want or that we claim that we want until and unless we address the issue of voter education, the content of voter education, the reach of voter education, and lastly, how much it is spread. I've told you that there is something called continuous voter registration, which is what IEBC is doing, which means it registered voters every day. I have told you the Kriegler Commission looked into all these things, and the Kriegler Commission conclusion was that periodic voter registration was much more productive than continuous voter registration. But the Constitution ignored that. The framers of the Constitution came up with the continuous voter registration. Now that we have continuous voter registration that IBC must do, we must also put comparable resources in continuous voter education. Not just as some adjunct thing that IBC must do, but as a critical component of the process of getting people to actually end up going and vote.
So we've had a situation where in the past elections we've had voter apathy. So you've gone through the education, you've gone through the registration and everything, but still at the end of the day, you look at the numbers, even in the 2022 election. Now, for a long time, Kenyans have had trust issues with our electoral processes, whether it's for political reasons and whatever else. But my question is, how does that then affect the willingness for the participants or for the people then engaged to feel, you know what, let's own the process? Yes, we are being told this is why it's important to then go and vote. But how does IEBC then rebuild that trust deficit so that then voter education in this case will then lead to real civic engagement? Because it's one thing to tell somebody why it's important to them to vote, but also it's equally important to then have an engagement where you're telling them and they fully understand and they actually put in practice what they've been told.
There are so many components of what you call voter apathy. Voter apathy can come along because people believe even if a cast ballot, it will not reflect the will of the people. And that could come up because of low-level trust deficit with the IEBC. That's just one, where you say, well, even if I cast my vote, for example, the vote will be rigged anyway, so why should I vote?
My one vote will not matter.
It won't matter. Well, even if a vote will be rigged anyway, that's one. And here they are blaming IEBC. But just one component. But the other part, larger part that creates voter apathy is disenchantment with the entire political process. Politicians have promised you A and delivered Y. And you're asking yourself, even if I vote, it doesn't matter.
So how can you disconnect yourself from that? Because this is the thing, that we hear public sentiment. We hear things like, okay, what could lead to somebody essentially rigging a vote, or hiding votes, or adding votes, and these things come out into the public. So how far-reaching are the effects of public sentiment such as that on folks coming out now and saying, I'm going to register, if in their minds the decision is already a done deal? How far-reaching are things like that on a process such as that which is currently ongoing?
Well, the belief that an election will be rigged can lead to voter apathy. So that people decide, I'm not going to vote anyway. But this is the reason why voter education is important. That people know, precisely because you think it's going to be rigged, turn out in large numbers and then guard your vote. And secondly, just because the political system is not delivering on what you want, and you have got low trust level of politicians, they are liars, they are cheats, what they are telling you will not materialize, and you are disenchanted with the politics. That is no reason for you not to vote. Because when voter apathy is also voting by apps, you're sitting at home, you're already voting, or you didn't go to the voting station, you didn't take but you voted.
You voted by saying you don't care?
Don't care.
Yeah.
Now, the thing that cures this is maturity of the democratic process. 2, a deliberate effort to get the voters to get engaged in all this political process. But it is important to note that voter apathy is not just a Kenyan thing. Everywhere there is voter apathy if you ask yourself, the percentage of the population in places like UK who actually turn out and vote is very kidogo. And it keeps on getting smaller and smaller. And that's why they're talking of democracy deficit, the decline of democracy in the West. They're democratic, but the numbers that actually actively go to take part in politics is slowly declining because of apathy with politics. People don't trust him and things like those. So in our case, if we want our people to turn out in large numbers and vote, number one is to reform the political process so that the voter feels actively engaged. And 2, this voter education. But the most important thing is for the voter to know, even by not voting, you already voted.
Okay.
So if you really, really hate a system so much, go and vote. Take time, go and vote, number one. Number two, register. Because people say, oh, even if I vote, the voters, the politician will buy the voters. Go and vote to show that you object to what is going on. So voter registration that we are doing now, the reason why our voter registration is not going to be successful as we would want it to be, in my view, is because we have not found a way to engage the voter at the stage of voter education.
Okay. And should it be a one-time event, or should it be a continuous process? Because it's like a conveyor belt. You always have people who are coming into the system at the end of this year, for example. Those who've graduated from high school will probably get into the place where they can get IDs next year, right? But it's a rolling thing. But we seem to make it an event and say, okay, for the next 8 months from September, there will be voter registration and or education, whatever the case may be. Shouldn't it be a rolling kind of system?
No.
No?
What it is today is the rolling system you're talking about, because it is continuous.
But nobody spoke about it until September. We didn't have an IEBC in place.
No. Whether we spoke about it or not, IEBC's role is continuous voter registration. If you go to IEBC offices on any given day,
you can be registering.
They should be able to register you.
They should be able to, or they are registering you.
Well,
there's a difference.
I'll have to come back again to answer that question.
Come back again another day?
To answer that question.
Oh, let's do it now, Major, because you should be able to walk into IEBC office with or without commissioners in place and register. Should be ideal, but is it real actually happening?
The reason is the law provides for continuous voter registration.
Okay.
So we proceed from the assumption that IEBC is ready to register you any day.
Your choice of words is very interesting, James.
The question is whether that is what IEBC does. For example, if I walk to Makadara polling station
right now,
tomorrow, no, would they register me? And if I did so in, say, December 15th, as far as I know, you should find someone there to register. All right. People are not registered because IEBC is not there. People don't register because they themselves don't see the value in going to register. They don't see the value in going to register because their judgment of the quality of politics, their judgment in the outcome of elections, and their relationship between politics on the one hand and their well-being. If Kenyans found that active engagement in politics can result directly and immediately in improved well-being, people will get engaged.
Major.
That is the reason why when today when you call a rally in Kenya today, and you do see these mega rallies where you find 100,000 attend, I want to disabuse you of the belief that you just tell them, Kunaba, there's a rally tomorrow and they come.
No, they're constantly talking about it, and that was my point, Major. Because
not constantly alone.
Yeah.
This thing costs millions and millions and millions of money. People are given money, 200 to go and come and attend. You know? But a politician cannot give you money to go and register.
Let's look at this practically, Major. Let's take a spiritual event, for example, crusade. Is that not what they're called? Crusade. Nobody gives people money to go to a crusade. You know why? There is an inherent belief. There's something inside that tells you that if you go to this belief, there will be miracle signs and wonders and your sins will be forgiven, and then, there will be healing that will take place across board, right?
Correct.
Inside, there's something that somebody says, I'm speaking to the subjective here. I'm speaking to the soul of this person, and I don't have to do more than convince them regularly. Every week on the radio there is an announcement or something, and they know that it's on this date. They don't forget it. They will go.
Yes.
Right? And here we are with something of the same nature. An election is not different. in terms of the makeup of the character of what we're asking people to come out and do. That thing inside you that believes that you could have better leadership or governance. But then we've given it to a group of people to handle the mechanics around which we operate. But we don't talk about it. We don't discuss it. We don't announce to people. One of the things that happened by government that was so successful was the changeover of currency. About 6 years ago, every opportunity that the governor of the central bank had, you've never seen the man before, but every opportunity that he had, he spoke about it. Everywhere he went, he talked about it. They put in the media. They announced it every time you turned on the radio. All you were hearing is that there was a change of currency. By this date, so nobody had an excuse. By the time the money was being changed, people would even ask, you've not changed your money, there's something wrong with you. Or you've not handed it over, there's something wrong with you. Because it was in the public arena, everybody who was obsessed with the process talked about it. The leader of the group came out, and it was very clear that this is what we're going to do. So anybody who had currency after that date that was outdated, they would have themselves to blame. Can we not get to the point where by voter registration, if it's supposed to be happening in IEBC offices every day, it should actually be in public knowledge? Something as serious as this, that is going to connect somebody's insides, what they feel, towards an outward expression of the same by a vote, it's not talked about. It's not talked about. And we're here saying that, which to a very large extent, high degree, I agree, if you don't vote, you have yourself to blame. But there is a process that takes place that we don't talk about. And we expect that we can announce 2 days before this event is supposed to take place and tell people come out and register and vote, or whatever the case may be. We expect that people are going to come out just because we said 2 days later. But we've not talked about it before then. And after the election comes, we're not going to talk about it again until a few months to the election. We know very well how human nature is. Why don't we take all these things into consideration and operate with them?
Since I came here, that's what I've been telling you. Exactly what you've summarized better than me. That's what I've been saying, that people will not just turn up to vote unless they're stakeholders. People will not turn up to register unless they're stakeholders in the process. And I said the mechanism for doing that is voter education. And voter education is expensive. So if we do what the governor of the central bank does, and everybody else does that, if we do the equivalent, the comparative thing in terms of voter registration, people will register. You use the example of crusades. People go to crusades because they have got, there is this prosperity gospel, and there is also your gonjuas, you think in the Kenda, Okoh, and the Tibiwa. If we had that faith in the electoral process, people would go and register as voters. And how do they get that faith in the electoral process? Voter education. And voter education, like I've told you, is expensive. It's something that IEBC does, but you need to support IEBC. You need to facilitate IEBC. I will tell you today, and I will repeat this again. If you don't give IEBC the resources to do effective voter registration, voter education, what IEBC will do is exactly what they're doing now. They will do this this campaign. I don't know how long this one's going to last. They might say maybe a month. And then at the end of it, they say 6 months later, they do another one. I can see them doing it this year. I can see them doing it next year also. Because they must stop voter registration just before the election. So I'll see them doing it. But if you keep on doing the same thing, same way, and expecting different results, there is a name for it.
Madness. Okay.
My question is, actually, it's a question a lot of people are asking. So, for example, because we're talking about voter registration and education, right off the bat, somebody says, I have voted once in a Kenyan election. Does that mean I'm registered, or I need to register before every election?
Once you have registered as a voter, you have always registered. But this is the part that I was saying voter education is important. You go and you register, all right? then there'll come a time when IEBC will tell you, go for the inspection of the register. Meaning, where you registered, you now go back to the same place and ask, my name is so-and-so, am I registered? Okay? So you are registered in the same place. Because IEBC does so many things to validate, to update, and to put current the voter register. So it is your obligation, one, to register in one particular place. It is also your obligation when the time comes, or at any given moment, to go and say, I want to check if I'm in the register and in this specific constituency. If you are not there, there is time for you within NIB. So it will transfer. You can transfer from one place to the other.
So is it also a time period when that will happen, or is it because there is verification? So you voted before, but you're still not, you want to confirm whether your name is still in that register. So you go check to confirm. But then there's also this process of trying to register new people who've never voted. They have their ID and they want to get registered for the first time. And then there's now the voter education bit. So is this a component that is separate, or is this continuous?
If you are registered, your name is in the register.
Yes.
If you have not, if your name is in the register. So when you go to check if your name is in the register, this is the thing that you do periodically. It's on your own. Your name is already there. You can still come on the date of the voting and vote. But this is good for your own self-confidence, for your own satisfaction.
To just be sure.
Just be sure. But it is good to do. Just go and check if my name is still in the same place. Because the voter register is a live thing. It is going changes every single. You are removing dead voters. You are removing unqualified voters. And every time there's a process they call deduplication to make sure that in you now, where you are registered, you are in Kenya, you are the only person in that particular place. So this is why you go to check. The new people who are registering are they're going to register afresh in a constituency before the voting, or at any time you want. You go and check if your name is still there. But many people hardly do that.
But which makes me wonder, and that's why there's always this confusion. And I get the point of voter education, and all these things need to then be addressed. Let's say somebody, last time they voted in the last election, they were in Budalangi. Now they moved to their family, they're in Mombasa, or they're in Kilifi, for example. So this person has to leave Kilifi, go to Budalangi, where they registered, to confirm whether their name is still in the register. Am I correct? So it's still very manual.
No, if he wants to change.
No, to check.
To check, to confirm.
Check, to confirm whether they are still registered where they last registered.
I don't know. I think IEBC has become so digitally sophisticated that perhaps you can even check that from any other station. I'm not sure.
Because I was wondering, with technology today, it should be made easy for somebody who is anywhere from your office. Even right here in this studio, I can just key in my name, my ID number, for example, and just check, oh, okay, so I'm still registered, and it's telling me I registered. Because a lot of people even forget where they registered, last time they registered.
I would bet that IEBC has got the mechanism for you to check from wherever you are. Yes. The thing that will change, if you want to change, if you want to alter it in one way or the other, that may be different. But if you just want to change that I voted in Kamukunji, is my name there, IEBC is sufficiently sophisticated that can be done online. I'm not sure, but I think my thinking is that IEBC.
Given amount.
IEBC is there. I think that one they've done.
Okay, well, I think it's not too hard we can find out.
Yeah.
Give us ballpark. This voter education that we talk about, which obviously clearly is not happening in the country, at least to the levels that would be satisfactory at best and the least. Give us ballpark. What would it look like to finance voter education in the country?
Let's say this. that you are going to do a periodic voter registration, okay? And it's starting in January, okay? So you have 5 months before. And you want to spend maybe 3-4 months because to do the voter education for this, because voter education is also continuous. And you are sufficiently well resourced. I think that will be something like 4 billion
per what?
Per episode, per period. It's expensive. It's a very expensive thing. It's a very expensive thing because you are talking about even what you're doing now is part of voter education, for example. But they would be coming here deliberately talking to people. They would come to you, to the newspapers. You are trying to reach people where they are to motivate them that they go and register. Now, when you motivate them to register, you must tell them why are they registering, isn't it? They must have an interest in knowing by registering there is power in it. This is why I started with people must know and understand what it means to be sovereign power resides in you.
Yeah.
Because if they don't know the sovereign power resides in me, then voting registration becomes a mechanical thing. So you have to tell those who are qualified to vote that, listen, this is the power you wield. Okay? So you reach them where they are, in the language they understand, as frequently as you can. Just as even those crusades that you mentioned, these crusades are always in the TV.
Always.
You hear Prophet Flan is going to be in Nakuru, and it's always a month before, and it's done very well. So, equally with registration, you would expect, it is not just a thing you leave to IEBC. It is a thing that the state gets concerned with. The political parties get involved in exhorting voters, go and register, right? I explain to them why do they want them to register and telling them, go and register. IEBC would do it, but it is a thing that for everybody else, and it is expensive. And if you ignore it, if you take it for granted, you will end up with a less than satisfactory voter registry. Particularly if we are talking of a new demographic like the Gen Zs. Why? Number one, we all presume that we know what Gen Zs want, but we hardly engage them. We hardly talk to them, what motivates them. For instance, would they want the registration to be made different? I have heard people say that if you want people to register, let us use the ID card. All right. If you can use the ID card, I don't know how you can do it. But if that can be done to make it, I don't know how you can do it. I don't know how you can use the ID card and still maintain the integrity of the register. But if some way it can be done, if that is the way to facilitate it, because in civilized countries, not civilized, in Western countries, voter registration you can do it online.
Anywhere you
Anywhere you want. So if you make it easier like that, those are ways to make sure, okay, fine, these are the things that we need to do to make sure that we do that. But as long as we say this is a calendar event, we will be falling short. And there is no need to blame IEBC until and unless we have engaged with them and unless IEBC has been facilitated to do that job,
to do the work.
Well, just a point of information. There's actually a portal where you can confirm whether you've been registered.
Okay. Yes.
I'm not an IEBC official, but just for purposes of clarity, it's verify.iebc.or.ke. So it's a voter verification portal which says, welcome to the voter verification portal. Your vote, your future, check your voter details. Then the only two things it asks you to check your voting particulars today is your document number, which is your ID number or passport number, and the year of birth, and then confirm you're not a robot. I've entered my particulars, verify now, and it's very fast. It shows my voter details, my first name, surname, county, constituency name where I'm registered, ward name, polling center name, polling station number, and stream. Then you can print voter details to a PDF, or then you can simply go back to verification. So you can actually simply do this quite easily from your phone.
You can do it online, and if you find that there is an issue, you can actually, all right, I guess we did a little bit of...
That is what I told you, that I told IEBC... IEBC, like I told you, they're digitally complex.
All right.
That's true.
So you can actually find it and get it. So obviously there's a lot more in terms of information.
So if it is that simple, why are people not doing it?
Well, this is why I've done it. He's just done it right now.
No, I mean, it's okay. He had not done it before.
Yeah.
Now he's done because you have spoken. But there are millions out there who would also do. What do you want them to do? Let them know that it can be done.
This is the thing about communication and information, that if people don't know you can do that, the likelihood of them doing it is decreased significantly. But once you let them know that they can, then you increase the likelihood of them doing it. And that's why information cannot be kept under a bushel. That's why we have these conversations that we do. Major James Oswago has joined us this morning, former IEBC CEO. Thank you for keeping it Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday, the 6th of October. As we get into activities and get into things for the week, let's keep the conversations going. Thank you for doing this with us every morning. Good morning. It's 2 minutes past 10.
News from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The number of those who have lost their lives due to cholera in Transmara area of Narok County